Welcome, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Season 2, Episode 13. We join our coterie, the Iconoclasts, as they are waking up to a new night. After Jude stormed off during the night before, and Maria attempting to follow but having no success in following them, they haven't returned. They didn't return for the night. They haven't been heard from in the time since waking. And so that is perhaps one of the first things that our iconoclasts wake to. Brian has informed the others that he will be spending time with Chisholm for the remainder of the day, possibly doing some personal endeavors, maybe having a personal conversation with his mentor. But after Noel, Ray, and Maria have settled for the night and explained what it is that they've encountered over the last night or so in the sewers and at Parvenu, we find that the neighborhood is astir. The local lawyer, possibly, who lives in the area by the name of Charles, has suspiciously been in a car accident. Only minor bruises, only a little bit of a foggy memory as to the whole thing. Nothing fatal, thankfully. And so we find that this is where our iconoclasts wake. Given what's happened so far that you know of, Ray, what are your thoughts going into tonight?
I'll step away for a couple of hours, maybe not even that. And all of a sudden, Noel's got his foot in his face. Not like that's unusual, but having it caused Jude to storm on out, yeah, that's a problem. Having an angry kindred on the loose, yeah, that tends to run pretty afoul. And then we've got, he apparently had a conversation with Urian, and we ran into the ghost. Well, last night was pretty bloody active, if you ask me. I think a breath is in order. That's why I wanted to sit down and make these trinkets. But I might not have time. Fuck. We might have more mess to clean up. I hate that. It's all clean up around here.
A lot of cleanup indeed. Noel, you had an interesting interaction the night before, both with Jude and with Josh. A kindred you know very little of by his name alone, but you have suspicions as to who it might be.
Yes, Josh. He and I had a very interesting conversation, and I think that's all that needs to be said on that little matter. As for Jude... Young kindred don't get it. They don't get what the other side of that. They don't get what the other side of the abyss looks like. What awaits if you don't play pretend and try to hold on to the few things that keep you human. Wants to talk to me about withholding information. Little shit's fucking La Sombra. That would have been nice to know. You know, I would have loved to have known if the shadows were gonna come alive and try and fucking strangle me. I've heard the stories. The stories about what that kind of power does to someone.
Not to mention the city's own history with La Sombra in the past. Or Sombra
Yeah.
are not well liked in Velda's domain. Much less anywhere else here.
No, and that's the fault of one Mr. Bell. Mr. John Bell. Who, decided to come in, infiltrate, and be a cabbie trader as far as the grapevine is concerned. And he paid the price for it, thanks to the host.
Thankfully.
Poor Brian. Luckily, one thing I can say about him is although he's got a La Sombra for a sire, I can believe him when he says he's caitiff. Younger kindred just don't get it, and quite frankly, if he wants to rush towards his own degeneration to become not more than a mindless fucking animal, then by all means. But I ain't going down with him, and I refuse to let the rest of the coterie go down with him. He didn't need to know anything regarding the specifics of dealing with more. That was done. He was told that these people were zealous, that they would stop at nothing. Is that really not enough? You know, the principle of it all? Is that really not enough to sate someone's curiosity, such that we have to start airing our dirty laundry? I didn't want to have to think about Atsuko again. I didn't want to have to think about what Maria and I came back to of those two.
Your day sleep is still haunted by their faces.
Yeah.
Probably will be for a very long time.
I don't dream, and yet I see them.
It's interesting what the mind focuses on when you're, quote, sleeping. Maria, you attempted to go after Jude, but they slipped out from your sight. And not only that, one of your people, has been minorly injured in a car accident. Nothing fatal, thankfully. One could be grateful for that. But a sprained wrist and some bruising of ribs can knock somebody out for a couple of days. At the very least.
Jiminy fucking Ugh. I ain't got no time to. I hear it. Drop somebody off, suddenly pulling out quick. What the hell? I have no idea. But I need to know. Couldn't find the other one, whoever they were. So the only lead I got is on this. Why would somebody just suddenly speed off residential and actually getting into a goddamn act? I'm trying to play it off, but the fact of the matter is most people are already scared enough. Who knows? Maybe that's the reason. They were scared. Scared of what? I remember them very much from barbecue. Now, last thing I need, Saeed's still in the hospital. And I got all these other things I gotta end up handling, and all I can do is try and get him out of the wreck. All I try and do is wait till emergency services arrive. I reported as I normally would. I don't have any suspicion that there might be masquerade involvement in that. Not on first notice. It's just an accident. But why did it happen? That's the question. I'm a little on edge.
Especially since accidents don't happen very often in this neighborhood.
No.
Especially
I
into
intend
parked
to-
cars. Your people are far more cautious than that, Maria. And that is the thoughts that you have as you all wake. And I would like rouse checks. Ray and Noel, that pit in the bottom of your stomach is getting a little bit more needy tonight. Sustenance, fuel, essence, whatever you want to call it. Your body needs it. And the beast, that little voice in your brain, is finding it harder to focus today as a result. Maria, thankfully, you're no hungrier than when you were last night, but where does that leave each of you hunger-wise?
I am hunger 3.
Hunger 2.
Hunger 2.
Your focus is a little off, but not in any kind of dire way, anyway. And so, after completing your morning routines and checking in on who you need to check in on for the first little bit of the evening, the three of you are together in the coterie house. Where it is you go from here is up to you.
So, just as a question, have I found out about Charles at this point?
Yes, you regularly do check in on him just to say hi on these short phone calls that you do have. And since you have regularly been in contact with him as a friend, you have been notified via text message that he was in an accident. A member of his family reached out to you, looks like.
So, before we do continue, does his harm constitute a stain on my end? Or is it
One.
minor enough to not worry about?
It would be one.
One. Okay. Because I'm going to mark that down immediately.
And we'll deal with stains at the end of the session.
Yep.
And any convictions.
Yep. I do also, because I think upon hearing it, upon reading it, I think this would be valid. I'm going to be making a Fury Frenzy check.
Go for it.
I think that would be... I think difficulty 2 would be valid for something like this, considering the harm is minor.
Considering the harm is minor, it is only a difficulty 2. And since you're still in your own room, it would be limited to just destroying things in your room, but thankfully it is a crisis averted.
Yes, although as he comes down, Ray and Maria, you can see that Noel is... Something's got his goat, something shocking.
What climbed up your ass and died? Keep fronting like that and it'll get stuck that way.
Yes, funny. No, I just got a text message, well, earlier today, you know, while asleep.
Well, don't
Someone-
keep us in
Bad
suspense.
news.
Someone in the neighborhood that I just so happen to care about was in a car accident last night.
Right. And that's got your panties in a twist.
Well, if something happened to, say, Officer Castellaneta, Ray, wouldn't you be miffed?
Castaneda.
Castaneda, sorry. But wouldn't you be miffed? If something happened to someone that you cared about, hell, you were miffed. You were absolutely furious when it turned out that
Yeah.
Faust had, you know.
Yeah, but that was another kindred meddling, not just an accident. Well, why don't you pay him a visit in the hospital then?
I'm just
I'm
about to go
assuming
and
that's where he is.
I mean, if he is in the hospital, he's probably at home now. Probably once I was in the hospital during the day. They kept him over last night for observation and probably sent him home, considering his injuries were minor.
Seems to me this whole thing could be here summed up with a single phone call.
Well, I was going to give him a ring, but right now I'm not too trusting of, and he holds up his phone.
Well,
Just in case, King Assholes decided to recruit another tech specialist under his wing.
Right, well, I'm probably going to go check out the gun ranges tonight. I'm a little curious. Anyone want to come along?
yeah. Seems Noel's got personal business on mind. I don't want to interrupt.
I'll meet you guys there after I'm finished this. I'm gonna check in on him, but I won't be too long. So I'll meet you there.
Alrighty.
All right. I'll get the truck ready.
And I'm gonna. From the text that I got, would he still be in the hospital at this point, or would he be at his? I'd imagine he'd probably be at home, considering the fact that it was just some bruises and a sprained wrist.
Yeah, the extent of the injuries was very, very minor, and so you would know that they wouldn't keep him for anything longer than they would have to, and so he's likely at home then.
Yeah, probably kept him through the day for observation, just to make sure, no concussion, no internals. Maybe to do an X-ray to make sure that nothing in his wrist was broken.
You can expect that he spent half the day doing that, but otherwise, he would have been sent home.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go and see him.
All right. Then I think that's where we're going to start. You walk into the neighborhood. Not that his home is very far from where the Coterie house is, since you all live in the same neighborhood together.
Yeah, probably do a quick walk over there, and after go back and pick up the car when I'm heading out to the gun range.
Sounds like a pretty good plan. He's only about 2 blocks away from where the Coterie house is, and you know that, generally speaking, he lives alone. He might have his son coming to visit him to assist with a couple of things, you think, but by this point, probably getting ready for bed, given that it's about 8 o'clock. He usually gets an early start.
Yeah, early to rise, early to sleep. Good thing I'll catch him just before then. So I'll head up and knock on the door.
And he does come to the door and kind of smiles at you. Well, look who it is.
Mr. Sawyer, I heard what had happened. Came as soon as I could. Fortunately, my day was exceptionally busy.
Did Keith send you a text?
Yeah.
That boy worries. Far too much. And you see that his arm is in a sling, but it's really only got a brace on it. No cast.
Yeah. Brace around the wrist. Just to let the muscles heal properly. Looking him over. I mean, luckily you're not too banged up. How's the car?
It's gonna take more recovery time than I am, sadly. Come on in.
Yeah. And thank you. And he'll step inside.
And you don't have to call me Mr. Sawyer. It's Charles, remember?
Sorry, the formal mannerisms, old habits die hard, and all that.
You're a weird kid.
Well, I mean, I went into theology. It's got to say something to my proclivities.
Yes, you're a weird kid. Appreciate you stopping by, though.
It's not a problem at all. Like, once I heard, I was, concerned. But, you're not looking too bad, and the injuries were minor at the very least. So that's something that we can be thankful for.
Yeah, right. The car is going to be in the shop for a couple of days at least. So that gives me So much time to go stir crazy.
Oh, I mean, talking stir crazy if you need anything.
You know, just the occasional conversation is actually gonna probably stave that off a little bit. Wouldn't mind it.
Well, I mean, talking's something I'm good at, so I've been told.
What have you been up to, kid?
I've been doing some research for a friend of mine.
Hmm.
They asked me about some things that I've been pouring time into that. So helping out with a small business venture on the side.
Busy bee.
And yet I still find myself with extra time.
How do you do it?
If I had an answer for you, I'd share. Quite frankly, I don't know how I do it myself.
When do you get sleep? You're always busy during the day. You're always out and about doing something at night, right?
Yeah,
When do you sleep, kid?
late nights.
Yikes.
Well, no, I can't even call them nights. It's normally early mornings is more the way to put it.
Jesus. It's bad for your health, you know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I am aware, and well, soon enough I'll be able to relax a lot more often.
Well, that's good.
It's quite a bit left to do before that happens, but you know, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs.
So long as the egg that you're breaking is not yourself.
Yeah, yeah. I would rather not get scrambled.
Always with the weird analogies.
Well,
Do you want some tea or something?
no. I'm all right. Just wanted to come and make sure that you didn't get banged up too badly, and that you're doing all right, despite car being in the shop and all that.
Yeah, well, given that I have to take us a couple of days, the litigation that I've been involved in with over the last couple of weeks is gonna be on hold for a week or so.
Well, I suppose it's time to go back over everything and make sure that whatever prosecution or defense, depending on whatever side you're on in terms of the litigation, is airtight.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it gives me time to really think that kind of thing over. So, work from home, I guess. Although I didn't bring any of my work with me home. Usually leave that all at the office, so.
I'm sure someone from the firm would be able to deliver some stuff.
Yeah, it's not a problem. Got a secretary for that.
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, extra time might mean a big win.
Maybe.
And if it does, well, I mean, big wins are always useful, So,
Well, if we get a big win, it means that we'll have caught some really, really hefty embezzlers. So it's just a matter of nailing them.
an embezzlement case.
Yeah, well, I've already kind of said too much, so.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I will not. I won't pry legal confidence and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I hope whoever it is that you managed to land them.
Fingers crossed, right? Kind of crosses the fingers on his good hand.
Yeah, fingers crossed. It is late though, so I will let you get some sleep and all of that because your body won't heal without it. But
Yeah.
it's good to see that you're at the very least doing okay. As much as you can be given the situation anyway.
Yeah, I'll be all right.
That it didn't turn out any worse.
I'm no spring
that-
chicken, but, I'm in good health, so it should be fine.
Yeah. Trust me, I don't think you'd
You think
let
a
death
sprained
put you
wrist is
down.
gonna beat me? Come on.
Yeah. Exactly right? I'll let you get some sleep.
Well, you came over for a reason, kid. And what's on your mind?
Well, I mean, aside checking in on you,
Which is appreciated, sure. But you usually come for other reasons, too. Stopping by on a whim's not like you, Noel.
Noel would seem to go into thought for a little bit. For
Legal confidence, if you need it.
no, nothing like that.
Well, that doesn't apply to just finances,
Yeah. But as a learned man yourself, I'm sure you've had to teach people a variety of things over the years.
Law school is about teaching yourself, it is about teaching others, it is about a lot of different back and forth between learning and teaching. So yes. And that was ages ago, too. So. But you always gotta stay on top of things, because otherwise you're gonna get left in the dust.
Yeah. How do you educate naivete on something dangerous?
Naivety on something dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, for starters, naivety is cured with experience. But that could be haltered by ignorance. Ignorance is a choice in this day and age. So if the person that you're trying to educate is not willing to learn, then that is a choice on them. Speaking in vague terms, obviously.
Yeah.
Why, are you dealing with somebody who's choosing to be ignorant?
I suppose that's one way you could put it. It's the simplest way you could put it. It's a lot more complicated than that. It always is.
Always is.
People are never black or white, but many shades of gray. But to put it simply, that's a way that you could summarize that. Okay.
And their ignorance is weighing heavy on you.
I'd rather not see them get hurt if I can avoid it.
Well, I mean, that's always ideal.
Well, I mean, realism is idealism and pessimism in equal measure tempered.
Be optimistic that they'll come around, but also guard yourself, or themselves, or whoever, against the fact that they may choose not to correct their course of action. That's what you have to do, right? Gotta account for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, hope for the best and expect the worst.
Plan for the worst.
And plan for the worst.
Expect is a strong word.
Yes, I suppose you're right. It is a little strong, but no, okay. That's secured some things in my mind.
Well, good. Because I don't know what the situation is, and if it's not something I need to know, then I'm glad I could help.
You have been a major help. But, okay. I do have a little bit more that I do need to get to tonight, and said it's getting a little late, so I'm going to let you rest, and I'm going to go and get this stuff done. If anything changes regarding your condition, or if anything else comes up, please be sure to
Keith
let
is
me know.
going to message you.
I'm sure he will.
Given that we're friends.
Yeah. Okay. But I will leave you to it, and hopefully Keith doesn't need to message me about anything.
Hopefully not.
You have a good night, Charles.
You have a good one too, Noel.
And I'll leave him there to get some rest.
And you leave Charles Sawyer and his home behind.
And I'm gonna go and gonna head for the head for my car and then head for the gun range.
All right. In the meantime, Maria and Ray are already headed in that direction. A little gun range that is fairly close to closing. Not but a couple hours left in the day for business at this particular place. Maria, you would know that this is the particular range where Lisa frequently holds her classes for safety and cleaning and things of that sort when it comes to firearms. She's very skilled with all sorts and knows how to take apart and clean and maintain just about every model that is rentable at this location. But she isn't here tonight, as you can suspect why. She's likely had to put her teaching of gun safety and things of that sort on the back burner for the time being. At least for the last couple nights, she has. Not that she does it full time.
Well, I don't expect everything to end going sideways. Quarry we're looking for, well, at least never heard of. I guess there's an opportunity of them maybe a false name or something like that, but nevertheless, like going out there. Look over to Ray. I didn't think that Noel was so close to the lawyer.
Who knows? Everybody tends to keep that sort of stuff close to their chest. It's dangerous to let anybody know who you're close to.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think he
Noel's
might.
pretty on the outside.
Well, I know this much. They went alone before the accident happened.
You reckon?
I know. I was there. I was looking for Jude when they ran off. Couldn't find him. Thing I know. His vehicle is
Huh.
there pulling to the side, lets somebody out, and takes off like a bat out of hell. Crashed right into a parked car. Couldn't find who it was. I do know that there's something else going on. Didn't feel right to tell no right then and there. He's already high strung.
Yeah, well, he's pretty good at jumping to conclusions too, so.
Yeah. I think the problem
Well,
is
that's just
he's more often than not right when he does. So that's going to come back
sometimes.
to bite him. So what did you come out here for? Looking for our missing fourth?
Well, yeah. I figure might get a reaction out of them if they spot us. Might trigger them to run. Might trigger them to come and talk to us.
In a gun range. So yeah, this is going to be using. Alright.
Be interesting. Well, they might not run there and then, but let us know what we're looking at, who we're looking at. I'm also interested in seeing what the American gun ranges look like. I've never ever really been to any places like this.
Right, Australian.
Yeah. It's a good excuse, right?
Fair enough.
Which, in the background, you do hear the shots of different firearms going off, kind of distant. You suspect that there are several people still practicing.
Brilliant, they're still open.
Yeah, well. A lot of people work all day. Need to find the time to end up doing it at some point. I don't know too many people who end up waking up
That's it.
with smell of gunpowder.
Shall we then?
Yeah, well, what can you do? When I pull in, the first thing I'm looking for is any marks or anything like that indicating whose turf this might be, or watchwords or anything like that. I'm a little paranoid as I imagine this is a little bit outside of normal stomping grounds. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for particular involvements. Still, I'd like to avoid trouble if possible.
Yeah, give me a wit streetwise.
Oh yeah, because this always worked out.
You can, and Ray can
I
assist
would
if she.
actually like to assist.
You
I
have
would actually like
streetwise?
to assist. Yes, I do.
Then Ray can assist.
Yay! 3 successes, not too bad.
Not too bad. You know you know that this particular area of town isn't really known for having graffiti of any kind. But you know Marjani's marks when you see them. You're familiar enough with her territory that's good indicators of things that she keeps an eye on, or with the things that she marks. And this, it isn't really a paint per se. She tends to use well dug in scratch marks. Out of the ordinary to the naked eye, but not out of the ordinary to the naked eye, but to those in the know, it's kind of obvious. Given that you live in Marjani's territory, it doesn't strike you as particularly odd.
Well, this is your charge to lead. I'm just covering.
Well, unfair. As Ray climbs out of the vehicle, she's going to do a quick once over the parking lot, just looking over it. Is there anybody outside of the building?
Not particularly. You see several vehicles, and you can hear the sounds of the firearms from the inside. You you get this you get the fact that this is a very kind of long warehouse like building, that the range at which one can fire is significant as far as maybe targets go. So you have people who are practicing their long range and short range. You have a decent amount of room in this particular building in order to do such a thing. And so the parking lot doesn't go very far as the length of the building. The parking lot really only houses maybe 30 cars at maximum, and you see probably 3 or 4 besides your own.
The 3 or 4 cars, I'm going to take note of their license plates and makes and whatever, and colours and any identifying characteristics of the vehicle, and make my way and stuff.
Most are pretty ordinary, and if you have a pen and paper on you, you can jot down the license plate numbers.
Yeah, she probably do. She generally keeps something on her that she can write something down on. When she heads inside, as she opens the door, she kind of looks around for any sort of reception or anything like that. Keep an eye out.
There is a front desk, and there is a clerk who is there to check in anyone who is looking to use the facility. They seem to be in charge of, you know, filling out paperwork, taking any payments for the time, you know, general front desk kind of clerk service.
She makes her way over to them. What do I see in terms of who this person is?
A stocky,
Male, female?
a stocky male, pretty average looking.
Evening, mate. How you going?
Hey, how can I help you?
I was hoping to do some inquiry about this place here.
Inquiries.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lisa ended up. Unfortunately, Lisa, with being so busy and all that, couldn't be available to end up giving us the tour south. But,
Oh, yeah.
all he wants to end up seeing with the whole thing involved with Saeed, I figured I'd do my part and at least drive out my friend Maria Hicks. She sends.
David.
Pleasure, David.
Nice to meet you. I'm Ray.
Pleasure to meet you, Ray. You sound foreign.
Yeah, I'm from Australia.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we don't normally, not a lot of gun ranges out there. So I'm a little curious about what's here.
Well, we can give you the grand tour, but the grand tour kind of is a. Do you have. Like, are you looking to shoot or what?
Be interested in learning.
Yeah, you're probably gonna want to take a gun safety course then, because that's firing something is not something that we let you do if you haven't passed a course, and that certification is a thing.
Oh, yeah? That makes sense. So, what, do you need to also have, like, a gun license or something for this?
Well, and I personally don't know what the 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 stipulations of that would be, but he would go over, any licenses or training or things like that. Because Lisa also teaches the gun safety course that he's recommending. I mean, it makes sense because she works here part time, it seems, and so anything that you would want to do to get set up, you could go to Lisa for.
He's like, cool, cool. Any way that we can watch some of the shooting that's happening? As we're talking, she's keeping an ear out for the gun firing and any that stops, and keeping an eye on who's entering and leaving.
Make me. Since your attention is divided, I am going to ask that you make this wits awareness at a -1.
Yep.
Maria is currently looking out, so that also be given a addition. Cancel out it.
Yeah,
We are kind of
the
tag team in this.
yeah, the assist would cancel out that. Yeah, then it's a flat roll. On occasion, you do hear the firearms stop. You hear a brief pause, and then whatever one had stopped will start back up again.
Okay, so nobody's entered or left.
No, seems like anybody who's here currently isn't looking to leave
Anytime soon. Any chance that we can watch some of the shooting that's going on?
The safety course is recommended before you do that.
What, even if I, like, stand back?
Yeah, we kind of don't want anybody who doesn't know what they're doing back there.
Ah, bugger. That's a shame. I was interested in seeing on how that goes.
Well, suppose there's nothing more on that. So what can you show us, David? As I understand the need for caution and all that. No, I'm not going to pull the friend card on you. That's just rude. But I want to end up making sure that friend here would be able to end up getting a proper introduction. Would you be able to end up showing what you yourself might be using? Don't see any rule on that.
And another thing that I will point out, though, as far as the setting in this particular range goes, is that you can see at least a little bit from the entryway going past the front desk that there are the different booths that you do see the individuals who are shooting. You see a little bit of them. You don't see their full figure, but you do see noise canceling headphones. You do see that each individual is properly trained and that they're in a proper stance and things of that sort. Not that you would know 100% what that would mean, either of you. But
Um, is there anyone in there that looks more practiced than the others? Keeping in mind, I do have a single dot in firearms.
okay, then I'm going to make that an intelligence firearms.
Okay.
All of them seem to be about the same level. As far as going off of their stance, going off of how the recoil affects them, the each person is using a different weapon. Some are using, different models of different things, but it seems that well practiced amateurs is what you're looking at.
Amateurs.
Well practiced, maybe on the verge of becoming a professional shooter. You might even think that one of them is an off-duty cop. Not that you've met this cop before.
Interesting. So, what kind of levels of proficiency do you get in this place?
We take all kinds, so long as they're properly licensed and all of that sort.
Cool. Anyone particularly skilled that you come across?
Like I said, we get all kinds. So
Cool. That one that looks a bit more like a police officer, or that might be an off-duty cop, male or female?
you looking at them, you see that they are male.
No. Okay. Well, not really much more that I can do here then if you can't let me watch and I can't do anything without any kind of training. That sucks.
Yeah, it's recommended for your own safety and the safety
So
of
it's
others.
recommended. It's recommended, not a necessity.
Well, it's this particular range's policy.
Ah, shit. Well, that's fair. All right then. Can you recommend somewhere else where I might be able to go and watch?
I'm gonna make that a
What
charisma
kind of
persuasion.
watch?
Actually, a manipulation persuasion, because you're looking.
Manipulation, persuasion.
Yep, you're looking for other avenues to try and find this Harrison.
It could also be run into the idea of, well, if you're not interested in our business, we'll be going elsewhere then. So, one of two can option.
Oof.
He kind of looks at you, kind of narrows his eyes a little bit. I I don't know of any other rangers personally.
Well,
Bugger.
Well, David, I'm sorry to have wasted your time.
I'm not wasting my time.
Thanks for your help, though, mate.
Yeah. Tell Lisa I said hey.
I'll try and remember.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. Never mind. You take care of yourself, David.
Alright. See ya. And he allows the two of you to leave.
Once they're outside,
Which is about when
Ray
Noel's
kind of
actually
looks back.
driving up.
Yeah, once they're outside, Ray actually takes a look back at the building. She says, one of them looked a bit more, I don't know, a bit more practiced than the others. But they kind of all seem just like really well practiced amateurs.
And this is about when Noel's actually driving up as well as you guys are leaving the building.
Is that Noel's vehicle?
You would know the make and the model of it.
Well, Ray actually says that.
Derek, are you not hearing us?
No, you were cutting out, to be honest with you.
Oh, I was just...
Sword derping?
I was saying that Noel was driving up.
Arrived.
Noel's arrived, and Ray was asking to verify with you if that was Noel's vehicle.
Yeah, that's his play. Yeah, that's his vehicle.
Yeah, maybe you can figure something out.
Maybe. Not counting on.
Yeah.
Noel, you do see that they're walking out of the building. Back towards Maria's vehicle.
How'd everything, He's gonna pull up alongside it. How'd everything go?
Curiosity sated.
Alright.
From my eyes, though, I don't think the guy we're looking for is in there right now. And if I want to go in and watch the shooting happening, I need to be, I need to go through some safety.
Yep, safety courses, licensing, that sort of deal. Yep. Bureaucratic red tape.
Ew. That's all I gotta
Polarizing.
say about it.
Because some want more and some want less.
So, that seems to be a dead end right now. Unless there's something that I'm missing.
Well, I checked in with Charles. He's alright. Thankfully.
Well, you did say it was only a few bumps and scratches and bruises and whatnot.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he's
but
doing all right.
yeah, sprained wrist is the worst of it. His car's in worse shape than he is. It's going to be in the shop for a few days.
Any idea what happened?
Something resulted in some kind of fender bender. his mind's a little bit hazy about it all.
Mention him being with anyone that night?
Didn't ask him about that specifically. I was more worried about him and then the circumstances.
But he never mentioned.
He didn't mention someone. He just mentioned feeling, or at least from what Keith had said, he'd mentioned feeling a bit hazy.
Might be a concussion. But I can tell you right now that somebody jumped out of the vehicle when he sped off.
I think we should discuss this a little further at home.
Figured you want to know. I also figured you didn't want me to end up suddenly dropping that one as you about to go. Yeah, talk to. See what correlates. You might appreciate that.
I do, thank you. But I think that's something we should discuss a little further at home. And Noel says that he'll meet him there and head back to the coterie house.
All right.
There, then.
Then to the coterie house it is. After a few minutes, all three of you arrive. Traffic is fairly lax this time of night, so you can be thankful for that.
Yeah. And just wait to reconvene around the dining room table where we have so many of our conversations.
Before that, though, when Maria pulls up, Ray is going to do a once-over of her vehicle.
Alright, then I would like you to make me a resolve investigation. Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Well, that's something. You know, after talking to the ghost previous night and everything that's been going on and investigating the Tarrison character, feeling a little bit paranoid. Don't like how close some of this stuff has gotten to Maria.
Everything is just far too nice.
I'm gonna leave you two while I go check in on the two that I could have all.
You're very far away from your
situated.
mic and you're not coming in.
Sorry about that. I'm gonna give Noel and Ray a little bit of time as I end up going down to, well, check on the two that I currently have up in the basement. I will end up, of course, continuing the bonding position and getting them prepped to go back home.
Okay.
A little bit of extra spy network, but nothing, and potential building up to other things. But right now, I figure I get that done, then make sure they're fed, watered, and all that kind of stuff. Because, well, bluntly, somebody's got to take care of it.
And Ray and Noel can have, or the three of you can have this conversation while you're about doing that.
So, someone jumps out of his car and he speeds off. And he reports feeling woozy.
Hazy on the situation.
Sorry, that is what I meant.
Didn't,
Hazy on the situation.
didn't Faust have some kind of ability that, like, messed with people's memories and shit?
Yeah, it's not an exceptionally uncommon ability amongst the different kinds of kindred. Spotted someone in a hoodie getting out. And the thing is, Charles wouldn't speed up. He's exceptionally cautious when he drives.
Someone in a hoodie? Who said that?
Maria said that. She saw someone in a
I
hoodie
did.
getting out of the... You didn't say the hoodie?
I did not say
Yeah.
hoodie.
Ah,
So
then
someone.
scratch that. Just someone got out. But someone
Maria
got
is
out.
specifically hiding little bits of information to see who's checking what.
So, someone got out, and he sped off. And that resulted in the fender bender. Or at least, from the way Keith put it, it was a fender bender. And he's hazy about the situation.
Could have been
It looks
anything. Did he hit his head at all? Do you know?
No, the hospital checked him over for concussion. Would have had to check him over for concussions and stuff. He spent half the day in hospital. They did x-rays and stuff. They would have checked him for concussions and stuff. Nothing I got
Yeah,
back
well,
said concussion.
could just be shock.
Well, the thing that gets me is that he wouldn't just... someone else got out of his car. Because the only... especially at that time of night, the only people at that time of night, even remotely, would be myself, and it wasn't me that I got out of that car. Or his son Keith.
Or he could have been talking to somebody else.
Yeah, but the question is who?
Who knows? Hell, for all we know, he just could have accidentally put his foot on the wrong bloody pedal. What's he drive? A manual? Automatic?
Pretty sure it's a manual, yeah. That he drives.
Who the fuck knows? He just might have put his foot down on
Could be either.
the accelerator thinking it was the brake.
Noel, you would know that that doesn't sound right.
It's not him. Like, he's an older man, but he's not. He's still as sharp as anything. In a battle of
It
intellect
happened.
and wits, he could go toe to toe with me and come out completely unscathed.
Yeah.
So,
So what are you thinking?
I'm thinking someone with similar abilities to Faust. I'm thinking that another kindred got his attention.
Alright.
Now, those who
So, you
Maria,
think another kindred might have had the attention?
Maria, at the mention of another kindred being potentially in your domain without your knowledge and without your permission, kind of makes your blood boil a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I gotta end up wondering who might that be. Is there anything else pressing than that?
I need to have a chat with you regarding something, but it's not exceptionally pressing.
Well,
What
I've kind
about?
of hit a dead end. So, not really.
Something that something that your sire implied as a possibility. not involving her actively, just the things that she shared with me about the nature of the particular clan that you are, and the abilities that you possess.
Maria's clearly comfortable on the topic already. Mention sire. All right. Get it out.
I've been doing some research, and there's something that I put together between things that she said and things that Carnage said, that you remember how Carnage mentioned the prospect of like wargulls, I think he was the term that he used.
Yeah.
Well, between that and the things that your sire shared with me, I've come to know of the existence, although this isn't confirmed, mind you, it's just speculation of some kind of war ghoul amalgam.
Have you stopped for one moment and consider what the hell you were talking about right now?
I have. I'm not saying to pursue this in any way, shape, or form.
Fine, because if we start with Charles.
Again, not talking about pursuing this in the slightest. But apparently, it's something that your clan is capable of doing. And given what I managed to get out of your sire about her own capabilities, something that you may possess the ability to create, and she doesn't. So I suppose in there lies a very, very large difference. It's just in the terms of what is possible, not what should be done.
All right. Let's start with what should be done then. Because outside of flapping our gums a lot right now, there ain't a whole lot. We got on dead end after dead end trying to end up hunting down the
Yeah.
weapons here they manufacturer. Weapon, whatever the hell you call it, what would be the official title of that? And then we gotta end up here figuring out what the hell we're gonna end up doing about this in here domain, because right now we might have a poacher on the loose, which is far more of a concern right now in my mind. And then for
Yeah.
all I know right now, hell, we might have Brian going after him, heading out to end up trying to end up picking a fight with Benji, while you supposedly end up meeting this Josh fella. And then we also end up having apparently Ghost of San Antonio watching over us. So there's a lot of questions right now and a lot of avenues that I'm not sure what the hell we can end up doing about. So right now, outside of going out to find something to eat and finding if there's somebody else who might be on our turf, I'm struggling to end up figuring out what the hell to end up thinking of doing.
On the Harrison bit, I have a lead, but it's dangerous.
Ailey.
Lead.
There's another federal agent in the city. Agent Lopez. We caught him in more spending time together. Maybe he may know some things, but given the term agent and what happened the last time we dealt with an agent, it's a dangerous lead. But it's one that we have.
Well, it's a lead that we can look into. It's better than what I've got at the moment, which is jack fucking shit.
I will say though, Baron von Sventgal zu Waltenberg recognized the name Agent Lopez when it was brought up in conversation when I went to speak with her.
You brought it up to her before you ended up bringing it up with us.
Not that it was a lead, just that there was a federal agent in the city, something that she was already aware of.
All right.
Do you know where this guy is located?
I think for the most part he's located north side.
So probably in her domain then. All
Oh,
Batista's.
Yeah.
that brings it out of our hands.
He's someone who we can look into the activities of at the very least, because he's been spotted in the southern domains. So, when we spotted him with more a couple of weeks back.
Leave it with me and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah. But you are right, Maria. Right now, we should focus on feeding and on finding if there is a poacher on our domain. We can't full well expect to have this domain to ourselves if we can't prove that we can defend it, right? So, Ray, if you want to start looking into that, Maria, you and I can go out and figure out what's going on.
Either that or I gotta end up heading out. Deal with Lopez thing solo.
By the way, though, have we heard back from Jude?
None of you
No.
have.
No.
And again, they've made it a point that they bounce from place to place, so maybe they just bounce from us. Maybe they'll be back tomorrow.
Look,
Sick puppy.
I can, if I go and start looking into this Lopez shit tonight, I can check in because Jude's from one of the northern domains, isn't she? He, they, fuck, I don't know.
Sanctuary. So
Yeah,
right in
Velda
the middle.
von Venk Zoo, whatever the fuck it is.
Don't say that in front of her. She may just try and bite you.
Queen bitch,
And
right?
not in a kind way. Yeah.
I can seek out permission to venture around in there and see if I can't find out where to find Jude. And
Yeah.
I'll hit this shit with Lopez at the same time. How's that sound?
Good idea. Although,
Because so far I don't have any burnt bridges in that area.
be careful with Jude.
What do you mean?
Jude was exceptionally cagey about exactly what clan they hail from. With some information that Brian gave me, I managed to figure it out.
Okay.
Well, Sombra.
Ain't that the same clan that has cousin Brian with that one guy you were talking about?
Brian's sire is also La Sombra, and Brian would have been if he didn't turn out Kadef. Yes. Their
And
signature
that
just so
means
happens.
jack and or shit to me.
Their signature ability involves the manipulation of shadows, of the void, literal darkness. It's
Are you kidding
absolute.
me?
No, I wish I was.
Chalk that up to one more messed up thing. Great.
So, Ray,
Maria,
if you find Jude and Jude goes hostile, Light's your best friend.
Maria, when Noel brings up the idea of shadows, you could have swore that the person that you were following went into a dark alley and disappeared completely.
Yes, you can be heard, Mox.
Okay.
Yeah. That's interesting. Is the person I lost track of them when they jumped down an alley. Dark place. Probably darker than usual, to be honest. Usually you get a little bit of light, at least your eyes to it. And
Usually
see
it's
you
street
find a
lamps.
damn thing.
Street lamps, moonlight. Seemed like it didn't penetrate that way.
I think one might have another Sombra on the loose.
Given their reputation in the city and the fact that the one that we know of, who's active in the city at the moment, was trying very hard to hide his identity, and the only reason I managed to figure it out is because Brian identified very similar things that he has, because he would have been the same if not for whatever happened to make him Kadef during his embrace.
Great. That's just going to make this whole mess so much better. Okay, you know what? I'm going to go eat someone before I lose my temper.
I'm feeling hungry too. Would you like some company, Maria?
Call it a day.
Yeah. Call it a date.
Jeez, you're getting around, Noel. Should I be jealous?
I don't know, should you be?
Nah, Maria can have you.
Please, if I wanted the man in my dreams, I'd make him.
Alrighty. Well, I'll
Thinking
go
about it, you kind of did to
talk to
Brian.
Jude and
Yeah, you did kind of.
You did turn Brian into a very beautiful man. Not that he wasn't pretty
And
already, but
Yeah, well. I was mostly
yeah,
just keep people looking at his face and he'll realize it wasn't him.
but yeah, Ray, you go and see if you can't find Jude. Trust me, if I'm right, he definitely doesn't want to see me again.
well, yeah, after last night, I can't say I blame him.
the only thing that I can say is I shake my head in woe that I was that inexperienced once. Hell, I still am
Right.
compared to 90% of the
Whatever.
kindred in this city, but even then. Right. Food?
Let's not get into that shit again.
Yeah. Food and domain patrol for me and Maria. Lopez and Jude for in Sanctuary, and the Northside domains for you, Ray. 1, 2, 3, go team.
And with that, I think we're going to take a little break. And we'll come back to the different things that our Iconoclasts will be up to for the rest of tonight. So don't go anywhere, everyone. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night Aftermath, Episode 13. While Ray is heading off to the northern domains to check in on who they suspect may have ties to this Harrison fellow in Velda's domain indirectly. Noel and Maria are looking to go and find something to snack on. The two of you are strolling through the neighborhood and keeping a close eye on things around you, as well as potentially looking for something to eat. So, if you would like, either of you can give me your feeding rolls.
Feeding. Okay. I am going to proc call to purpose here for Maria.
Okay.
Call the purpose.
Yeah, I actually have that. So it's free willpower.
Free willpower. I actually will not use it because I would be risking a shield. And
Actually, yeah,
I'm
no, you're
not
risking
going
missing
to-
crit.
I am not going to do so. I'm not starved. I'm just trying to keep topped up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well then, I am going to go ahead and make my predator roll to set up a
which is
bag of drop.
streetwise, yes. So if Maria
in-
has
in
streetwise, she can
streetwise.
assist. Then
Any
it's-
street.
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, with what I'm working with, it's a plus one modifier for black market specialty.
yes.
Let me just check out Chase real quick. That would do it.
That would do it. You are able to set up the usual drop with the usual suspects who you're not sure where they get them from, and they're cold, but it sustains you.
It's gross, but it works.
It's flavorless. In fact, the only flavor that you taste is preservative.
I mean, it's unique.
And it's gross.
It is, but it's unique. But slaking that, I'm going to rouse to heal. Alright, I'm going to rouse to heal another one.
Alright.
Oh,
It doesn't cost you
Okay,
anything to mend yourself twice.
yeah. Rouse to heal a third. I had 3 boxes of superficial bruises and stuff.
I
Not
got
been
too
covering it up.
aggravated. I still gotta do.
Oof. Yeah, that's right, you do too. And finally, rouse for third. Okay, heal all 3, cost me nothing.
You are lucky. You
Yeah, I am.
You manipulate your vitae in such a way that the beast doesn't get angrier at you. That need for more doesn't grow past a tiny little voice.
In fact, Maria, you may hear some very quiet chanting in Arabic from Noel as you watch. You can see that, like, it's not super obvious damage, but you can see that there's like some bruises and the coloring starts to disappear. see there's probably some cuts and scrapes that you see kind of gloss over. Things that were already scabbed, just scabs falling off and things like that.
Little things, just knitting back together.
As if he was sorcering his own blood within his own veins to, It's like, it's almost as if he was... As if, with all of those fantasy video games that the kids love so much, as if he was casting a healing spell on himself. Of course, that's not the case, but it almost seems like that with what he's doing. And now that Noel's all stitched up and everything, he stretches. It's taken me a while to get to the point where I can actually do that without risking going off the chain. So, on the matter of this poacher, if they exist. We should start looking to see if we've had any signs of unwelcome kindred on the domain.
That seems to be about the right of it.
Okay. Like to start looking around for things like unwelcome marks.
I will spend a good portion of time, so I guess that would be a resolve, investigation plus lane.
Yeah, I'll allow a resolve investigation plus lane, and you will get...
I can offer assistance.
Get assistance. Okay.
Yep, because I can actually do that.
I am going to spend a willpower to roll. Actually, no, yep. I will not. I just saw this 10 there.
Oh, yeah.
No, I am not pushing it.
Okay. So 4 successes. Upon further investigating, going through what it is that Charles told you, Noel, kind of thinking back on it, he looked a little paler than usual.
I was right. That's... Kindred fed on him and then influenced his mind.
Keith had mentioned that there had been some blood work, and that's...
His blood count was probably a little... His cell count was probably a little low.
You can suspect. Not that Keith knows what he's looking for in that kind of information.
If the blood work came back slightly abnormal, that's what it would say. It would look like anemia at first glance.
And of course, they would do tests to check for chronic anemia, but it seems like it might have... Seems like it was... There's nothing to indicate that it would be a persistent matter.
No, just blood loss induced anemia, because that's if it's not sickle cell, which is what chronic anemia is, and it's not an iron deficiency, which they would have noted immediately in his blood work.
Better question. He ended up in the hospital. Who else might know?
Kindred working at the hospital.
And when she thinks about that, first thinks of Saeed. Kind of realizes what she might have ended up getting involved in. She's not sure if that's a cover-up, what might have happened. What if the hunters are onto that too? She finds herself wandering in her own head. The consequences of such spiraling.
Your mind kind of goes back to the stories of what happened in Detroit. How did they figure it out? How did they know? Moore was part of all of that. How did they know what they were looking for? When it came to victims, when it came to kindred. Was it that the kindred in Detroit were careless? Not keeping track of who it is they fed upon? Who it is they called? Who got involved?
So, where do we end up going from here?
So, there's pretty much no doubt in my mind now that Charles was the work of another kindred. One that possesses the ability to control others mentally.
I'm gonna make a risk here. I am going to try, this on try, to use feral whispers.
Alright. Doesn't make you any hungrier.
I imagine that there's a few birds parking around that, probably finds crows or ravens scavenging at dumpsters or something just sitting on the or some kind of pigeon maybe nesting in someone's loft.
It's harder to find birds this time of year, as most are headed south in December. But it is a warmer climate, and it is a stopping point. But you're far more likely to find local cats and dogs in the area. The neighbors have pets.
Dog would be preferable.
There's a couple of dogs that sleep outside,
That'll work.
or at least have been put out for the moment.
Starting here, walking up towards one of them, right close to the fence line. I start to kneel down to one of the dogs. Not great with animals too, but it's been getting better.
It does keep its distance a little bit. It is a little shy of you.
Don't worry, boy. I'm not here to worry about you. Purposely kind of sits on her heels and just rests her arms on her on her knees, just making a very squat position, making herself as non-threatening.
You can see that the dog is apprehensive, but not running. It seems to understand you.
I look to the house and look back at the dog. It takes a brave thing to be protecting its family like that. They let you out, but you're just keeping an eye on them all. I think we can understand each other on that.
Everyone's been so worried.
I know. Because of things like me. You can smell it, can't you? The dead thing.
Yeah, I can smell it. And he's like a golden retriever, this dog that you're talking to.
What do they call you?
Sam.
Sam, I'm looking for someone. Something. Like me. I need to know more. I need to know where they are. They're on my territory. They're on our territory. And they are not welcome. They're not welcome around your family.
I don't want them to hurt my Ray.
I don't want them to hurt Ray. They already hurt somebody else. I need all the help of everything and everyone in this neighborhood. I'm not good at it. That's why I need your help.
What do
Before
they look
hurt
like?
Ray. I don't know.
But they're a
I know
dead
they.
thing. They smell like you.
That's right.
I've smelt it before.
I want to find it. There'll be more coming. I want to know.
I've smelled 7 different ones. They're all different, but they're all the same.
You can do something miraculous that we can't. I can smell things, but I can't do what you do. Sam, will you help me?
You're not gonna hurt Ray?
I'll kill whatever hurts Ray. Because I am a dead thing.
Not all dead things like each other.
Actually, I think for the most part we hate each other. We get along because we have to. There are rules. This is supposed to be a place where it's supposed to be quiet, safer.
When it's safer, Ray feels better. He doesn't
Then
like
you
to go
feel
outside.
I want Ray to come outside, so I have to make it safe.
I can agree with that.
No, remind me to end up bringing dog treats.
Ooh, treats?
I will be sure to do that. Noel still finds the application of animalism both by Ray and by Maria to just be strange. He
And
finds animalism as an ability to be strange.
And you can see that the dog's tail is now wagging versus having been very stiff and loaded.
I will definitely end up looking into bringing some for you. just to make things easier for you. Just don't go getting fat on.
I like the chewy ones.
I'll try and remember that, Sam.
He kind of spins in place for a second.
She extends a hand.
And he sniffs your hand. He doesn't jerk away, but he sniffs it. Gets a good scent of you.
I'm going to be walking these nights for a very long time. I'm going to be walking it when your pup have pup. And when their pup go old. And their pups continue on. I'm going to be here for a very long time. What I need are more nose and eyes and ears. I need to know when something that's a dead thing coming.
You know where to find me. Ray lets me out just about at the same time every day.
Then I'll come by.
Just about when the moon's in the middle of the sky.
When the moon's in the middle of the... Have you smelled anything recently? Anything come by Ray's place?
You can tell that it's thinking for a moment. Shadows.
Shadow.
Big shadows.
Smells in the shadow.
Smells like shadows.
Alright.
2 of them.
2 of them. If I were to open up this gate, think you have enough time to show us?
Ray lets me out to play. At night. So long as I'm back when he calls.
Good boy, Sam. Such a good boy.
I'm a very good boy.
She stands up, starts to walk. She walks to no. We got at least 2 La Sombra in here. In the neighborhood.
2.
Shadows, 2 smells.
One who kinda smells
Right.
like you too. But they haven't come back in a couple nights.
She kind of stops. I'm pretty sure Noel's like hearing a small amount of whining and probably just a lot of motions
Mm-hmm.
from the dog. Maria kind of looks. That one scares me. Yeah, I appreciate it. Tell you what, I'll come around tomorrow instead. Right when the moon is high. See if I can end up grabbing you something trouble. And says her goodbye. And as she's continues to walk, Noel expounding on this information. Every time there's an animal in view, she almost does the same routine.
Mm-hmm.
She's solidifying herself with the animals, trying to find little things, be it promised bribes of food, treats, pats, belly rubs, whatever she needs to do. But
And
she makes it very clear.
and primarily the information that you get making the rounds for the different pets, the different strays through the neighborhood. You don't see a whole lot of wildlife, as most of them have gone to ground for the winter or gone south for the winter. But the pets and the strays of the area all seem to, at least those with a powerful enough nose, seem to smell shadows. And when you reference to one that smells like you as well, they say that that one hasn't been back in several days.
That can be great.
But you get sense from them smelling of Noel, smelling of Ray, of Brian, of Faust. But Faust hasn't been back in a while. All of them seem to corroborate the same thing.
Noel, Ray, Maria, Brian, Veronica. One of them is Jude. Who's the other?
That's as you worried. The way Jude was talking, wouldn't blame you. Hell, if I'm honest, Jude had the same thoughts I was time to time. And I don't get spout off. I don't have that kind of free spirit. In fact, the more I do this, the longer I go on, especially with this crew. The more I feel like I got no choice at all.
Fate's a lot like that. In our condition, all we can do is hold on to what we hold dear.
Used to think God had a plan for everything. But when you're outside of his purview, why is it that I feel like I'm even more trapped in it?
Because instead of God, you find yourself in the machinations of something that doesn't have your best interests at heart. You find yourself in the machinations of something that cannot, in the end, care about you. And it's terrifying. It's a terrifying thought.
I'm
That-
tired. Tired of being scared. I'm tired of drifting off and not feeling things the way I used to. I'm getting so used to what I'm doing to people now. I'm and I don't even know on how to begin to think of it otherwise.
It's, from my own knowledge, it's exceptionally rare that one regains that after they've lost it. But yours isn't gone yet. Not completely. It's not what it was. It's never gonna be what it was. But it's not gone. And I want you to hold on to that. I want you to hold on to that for dear life. Or existence.
Said the one dead man to the one dead woman.
Yeah.
Starting to feel it. I think I came to a revelation tonight. Is inside. When I talk with everyone's little house pet, I realize I got more in common with them than I do with my people that own them.
It's what it means to have a beast running around inside your head. You called him Old Scratch, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
And I feel them in my heart. I know
Eating away at what makes you you. Because despite all of our differences, a different name and a different form, but the same creature resides inside me doing the exact same thing. But that's why it's so important.
Why is it important? Damned by God, damned by everything around us, thrown aside, dead, and all of a sudden you end up saying that it's important that we hang on to it. For what?
Because if you don't, Old Scratch is gonna take until there's nothing left.
And there's a part of me that wishes to do it right now.
You don't want that, Maria. Trust me.
What do I want then? What in the heart of hearts, so to speak, do I really want? You know what I wanted was family, go to church, yeah, get married. But I was stuck. I can't even finish that thought. Can't, because the second I start thinking like that, I know immediately it does not matter. And I can't even cry about it. I'm not, when I think about it, I'm not even able to be sad about it. I feel rage in me.
Yeah.
I don't look at it as something to be mourned. I look at it as something that was stolen.
And in your case, that's exactly correct. This condition was foisted on you by her. So I understand that. I understand the rage. But what happens to us, to a kindred, when the last drop is gone? When the tether that binds us to ourselves finally snaps, it takes over. Permanently. There is no control. There is no thought as to anything that you may have ever cared about. Not even in the slightest. Nothing would be sacred to you anymore. All you would know is to feed and to kill. To fulfill its desires and only its desires, because once that thread snaps, you, as you, no longer exist. Kindred that happened, kindred that lose that last drop, they're called whites. They become nothing but true monsters, without even the capacity to try and feel compassion for something else, for someone else. And I know, Maria, I know that despite everything that's happened, despite what you've learned, the things that you've done, that compassion still exists. It's muted. It's not what it once was. But that still exists. And how do I know that? Because of what you were going to do for Atsuko and Amanda. That even though I can't speak to the motivations of why you were angry when that happened, I mean truly unfathomably angry. Like an inferno had started itself inside your heart. I saw the way that you felt. Because in that very moment I felt the same. Maybe for different reasons. But I felt the same. And we need to hold on to that. Because if we don't, and we let that slip through our fingers, it'll so quickly become that the little of ourselves that we attempt to preserve no longer remains, and the beast is all that's left.
I think I need to go for a drive.
Yeah.
Giving me a lot about no.
I can tend to do that on occasion. But
Yeah, well. Yeah. What do they call it? Overqualified and underpaid.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just a...
I gotta go pick up dog treats, bird seed, cat food, and for some odd reason, a ball with a bell in it. Don't know what that was about. What was a bell?
Maybe they like the sound. But no, that's a good idea, having the animals on side, whilst I don't understand the colloquial term is doodling. And whilst I don't
I
understand
like
it,
that.
it's useful.
Doolittling. I like that term.
Yeah.
Makes it far more dare say, fun.
I suppose it does in a sense. Hmm. I'm gonna see. Actually, Brian wanted to speak with Violet. I'll go ahead and get that appointment sorted out while you get the treats and things that you need. Just you be careful, yeah?
Can't promise anything. The way this night's been going, it's been one thing after another.
And just as you say that, Maria, you both are turning down a very dark portion of the neighborhood. Was it always this dark? Down this way? You're not sure. Not 100%.
My heckles raise immediately, and I'd like to activate heightened senses.
Make me a
I'll
wits
activate
awareness.
Eyes of the Beast.
Alright. Eyes of the Beast and heightened senses. Noel, make me a wits awareness plus all specs.
I'm going to spend a willpower. 1, 2, 3, yep. That's 5.
You hear a very soft, very low but familiar voice. Very monotone. And Maria, your eyes cut through the darkness, and you see 3 figures. The low, familiar voice, Noel, you hear to say, "You are not welcome here." And the woman, and second voice, Noel, the woman with black hair, Maria. "You think you have the right to tell me what to do, Veronica?"
There's a...
I gotta ask. Am I seeing this right, that there's a conversation between this dark-haired woman and Veronica, and the tone itself seems to be that of an adversary, or there's something adversarial in it?
Make me a wits plus insight.
Not my greatest roll, but I'm not going to risk a reroll, not with that.
Given
yeah. Go ahead.
Given that the shadows seem to get a little bit darker, that's a fair assumption.
Noel is going to activate Silence of Death. Walk silently over to Maria and whisper into Maria's ear that Veronica has just said that they're not welcome on this domain. It seems at the very least that Veronica's attempting to defend the border from this creature.
And Noel, you hear Veronica continue. "It is apparent that they do not want you here. They do not want me here. And if you do not leave them alone, I will have to intervene. She's mine, Angel.
They're referring to you.
Just stand in shock. Try.
Veronica is actually attempting to defend you from this black-haired woman. Ah, sorry, can't see. This other person talking to by the name of Angel.
And both of you hear Jude's voice loudly. What makes you think we give a shit?
I try and remain silent, listening for now. I don't know if they're aware that I can see them.
And that I can hear them.
My eyes can see through this, but I don't think they can see the slight glow of my own eyes. Or they don't care. But I'm willing to listen. There's a part of me that is dreading because Noel's right. Veronica's attempting to defend. Well, it's not the domain, let's be real. What she's actually doing is protecting her property. Me.
Maria, you do see that Veronica's eyes are pinpoints of red as well.
Yeah. I'm a child after all, right? Sam. It's at this point, I think with Jude clearly getting uppity.
Maria, I'd like you to roll me, and Noel, I would like you both to roll me a Dex or Composure Stealth.
That's funny.
Would I add obfuscate?
You would add Obfuscate. Actually, this is sight-based, it's not hearing-based.
Oh shit.
The.
My sire just brings out the worst in me.
Yeah, it's sight based. 3 dice. I'm not really This isn't gonna end well.
We signed on to playing vampire. What did you think was gonna happen?
Yeah. Yeah, no, nothing I can. I'm not gonna willpower that. It's not worth it.
As if reflexively, Veronica begins to look around again, and you both see that her red eyes fall on you both. Just as you're attempting to duck out of the way, out of sight. And this angel person they don't seem to notice you. You can see that their eyes are black. Jude's eyes are black.
I'm hesitant. But while I end up doing that, I am going to roll for 3 points. I'm going to spend that willpower that I was supposed to.
Yep.
2. Perfect. 2 more perfect. Okay. And rouse. Says, wow, I love it. I am going to shift out of 1 point of dex, 1 point of strength. I'm going to drop 2 dice stamina. And it's again that large arm configuration. Actually, I'm going to remove one of them. So I'm going to be at strength 4 instead. But I'm going to be making one of those weapons. And as she does so, she uses, you can see that the floating ribs at the bottom of her rib cage kind of become melded to the hamburger that becomes these extended arms of bone and sinew. You're pretty sure maybe some intestinal tract accidentally got caught and is now part of her forearms, extending it out, maybe starting as a little bit more leverage or something. But she prepares herself, but she doesn't alert. She just makes sure she has that, and she does have a little bit of a fearful look. She looks at Veronica, but she just gives her a nod of acknowledgement. It's not about her and Veronica. This is about the domain. And at least Veronica plays by it.
And Veronica will get a nod from Noel as well as both him and Maria duck out of the way. I'm going to draw one of the knives from my coat. And I am going to rouse for Scorpion's touch.
Alright. Hit me with that rouse.
Decode it. Success. Decoded. No roll is required until
the weapon's
actual
used.
touch. Yep, until a touch happens. And
Veronica sees the both of you, and then looks back to Angel. I would suggest that you leave. Your spawn walked out on them. They made their choice. Well then, Angel says. Don't think that the void isn't coming for you.
when I hear that, is there any chance I could make a intelligence occult?
Yes, make me an intelligence occult.
Yep. Now, given the nature of things, whilst this isn't specifically an occult specialty, I feel like possibly my academic specialty applies here.
Which would be
Theology.
I'll allow it.
I just figured that would be worth the ask.
I'll allow it.
6, that's a critical hit.
Shalamites.
And Noel, you would see Maria, you would see that Noel's teeth grit. And that just like one would normally grit their teeth, except you can see the slight the slight tops of the very, very tips of his fangs poking out from just over his bottom lip, like the barest amount. Something he's realized is something he's heard.
Yeah, Maria don't know much about that. But when Noel's fangs start to flip, that means hers should be fully out at this point. Fangs extend into long points. Might even be longer than usual. Maybe that some of our own teeth fused together. Who knows?
And Noel is close by Maria, and he would lean over and whisper, "Veronica is completely in the right here. But Jude is worse than I thought."
Right now, nothing has been crossed. If they start to get uppity, we gotta do something. Right now, in Maria's head, she's not sure what the hell is going on with this angel or Jude. She does know one thing, though. Veronica is utterly fucking terrifying. And she's ready. Make this so much worse.
So we're gonna see if
We're gonna see if
Angel
this
and Jude,
escalates.
yeah, if Angel and Jude go to leave, we ain't moving. But if they don't and continue to get uppity, a confrontation's gonna occur.
Knows maybe Veronica can't on it now.
You can see that tensions between the three of them are still rising. But it hasn't escalated to the point of fisticuffs yet. As you know, Maria, that there is this far scarier form that you're fairly certain Veronica could utilize in this moment. And if she uses it in this neighborhood,
Dark alley. And I'm already exposed. Only thing we could do is make it quick.
It's one thing I'm good at, it's quick and silent.
Maria actually is, upon secondary thought, if I may, can I make a small edit?
okay.
I'm actually wanting to switch the dots from strength to dex.
Okay.
Would that be so? Still weapon, but it's going to be 4 dot dex, 1 strength, 1 stamina, as opposed to 4 strength over the stamina.
Okay. Yep.
Since technically she's wielding finesse weapon.
Yep. I will allow it. We haven't gotten into any confrontation with or any rolls that would have been altered otherwise.
Well, I mean, bladed whip hands. That's what I see.
Yeah, effectively. But I think I'm going to stealth on over Jude.
Okay.
I think it's time to make our presence known.
Yep.
If you want to utilize stealth, then that is, again, a dexterity and stealth. Now at your due roll. For both of you.
And this one would be more hearing based, right?
Yes, as it is an approach.
Yep. Not great. If I have to.
Well, if you have to, yeah, willpower, you can.
Yeah, I'd rather not have to if I could avoid it, but
But they're distracted, so there's a chance.
yeah.
Beats beats.
Meets it beats.
Yep, meets it beats. You both silently are moving closer to them. Veronica's already aware of your presence. She doesn't attempt to make eye contact with you again. And you can see Veronica's flesh start to scintillate a little bit, where it ripples as if there's the potential that she could pull out a new form at any moment, almost like she's purposefully turning herself into jelly within her own skin. And she says to them, I have given you sufficient warning. Leave. And she's going to attempt an intimidation on them.
While that's happening, Maria kind of looks to Noel. Which one are we going for? we have the opportunity to go for one right now. Who are we going at? Angel or Jude? Ooh. Yeah.
Jude. Actually, no. Angel. Because I think he's going to get sufficiently intimidated. Wow, both of them.
The both of them seem to look as if they're going to back down. This isn't the end. You're still mine, Veronica. And Angel takes Jude by the shoulder and begins to walk off with them.
You did, Derek.
I'd like to speak up on that moment.
Okay, go ahead.
So, Angel, just to be clear, Angel ended up making the accusation that Veronica belongs to Angel?
Yes.
Funny. And I always thought that we were the ones who ended up having that distinction. She has her claws like almost around Angel's shoulders as though she could end up tearing into her at a moment's notice. This is a no-fly zone. I thought we made that fairly clear. She kind of gestures to Jude. Anybody would have known better. It seems only one of you was playing by the rules. That's upsetting. What are you both doing here?
Jude speaks up. I thought I was welcome here.
You were. I don't know who this is, though. And currently, they've been warned and decided that they were not ready to go. Jude, do you know on how this goes, right?
Please enlighten me.
Okay. I'm gonna take a chunk out of Angel.
Okay.
Maria is in the "do not fuck with me" and she's already got herself prepped to do so.
All right. Then go ahead and make me your dexterity
Brawl.
brawl or melee. Your choice.
Not great, not terrible.
Okay. So, considering the call to purpose wasn't used earlier,
Yes, you still have it available.
I'm gonna proc it now.
Okay.
I'm gonna proc it now for Maria. Basically, there's this. She would see from the corner of her eye this look from Noel of, you know what you need to do.
Which gives you 3. At no cost of willpower. Which takes a meaty chunk out
5,
of...
not halved.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, 'cause
the
weapons.
weapons is it is considered as feral weapons.
No, it's
So-
not.
No?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's considered a
not?
mundane weapon?
A mundane
Um,
weapon. Sorry.
So with vicissitude and specifically to weapons, the user has the equivalent of light piercing plus 2 damage in the form of bone spurs. In
Mm.
contrast
Oh.
to feral weapon, the damage caused by these weapons is mundane, but feral weapons employ vampire proficient in fortitude often take the shape of similar odious spikes and blades.
Okay.
Oh, I'm thinking the horrid form.
Horrid form.
Horde
weapons.
form is
The horrid form gets the feral
Feral
buff.
weapons. Yeah.
Right. Yep. Okay.
So these...
Sorry about that.
It's mundane damage, but it does take a meaty chunk out of Angel's shoulder, and the both of them kind of lift their hands in surrender and say, "Fine, we'll go."
what it is that you plan on coming back. This is us being polite at this point. You have been well informed. Jude, consider your invitation revoked. And if you ever come here again, be ready. We call the shots on this turf, not you.
And
Jude starts to
This-
step back.
this is before as they do, Noel is going to make his presence known, kind of stepping silently beside Maria, his eyes locking with both of them. And his eyes do tick to Angel, but they more specifically lock to Jude's.
And Jude just stares at you with those blackened eyes in return.
Before you leave, Jude, where'd you end up storming off to last night?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Okay.
I'm gonna extinguish Vitae on Jude.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Jude's mouth is just making it worse and worse for Angel at this point.
Yep, and I'm so first things first.
What is the resistance roll for extinguish vitae?
For extinguish Vitae. 1 moment, and I will pull it up for you. It is stamina composure.
Stamina composure. All right.
And I would like to rouse for a blood search on this.
Okay, I'll allow it. Oh, well, if you're wanting to do it in the same turn, you can only rouse once per turn. So you either rouse for the roll or you rouse for the extinguish vitae. If you had more than one turn to think about it, then you could, but you don't.
No. Then in that case, I'm just going for it.
Okay.
I'm going to be spending a willpower. One, two. Yeah, I do have 3 dice to reroll. That's 5 versus 4. That's a win on my end currently.
And Jude is going to willpower as well.
So then it
meets, which
I believe. Let me just check on opposed tests very quickly.
Because I believe the condition is rules as written on a win.
On a win, I will see if that's why I'm going to check the things on contests, whether it's counted as a win to the attacker on a tie.
Win increase target. Yep. It meets, it beats. You're the aggressor. You're the one performing the action against.
Yep. Equal to or more than the test is a win. That is page 123.
Okay. Then equal to is a success on the attacker's part.
There's this word from Noel in Arabic, and Jude is going to begin bleeding from the eyes, ears, and nose. It's just a word.
The
That
fuck?
prompts.
Angel, was it?
Yes.
Jude has a tendency on making you hit this situation worse.
So I've noticed.
You may want to shut him up before something unfortunate occurs.
You see that Jude's eyes go to meet Angel's, who's looking very displeased at the upstart.
And he's got bloody tears and snot running out of his bloody tears and snot running all over his face at the moment.
Yeah, he does. We will leave.
I believe Jude still hasn't answered a question. Let's try it again. Let's call that a dress rehearsal. I've tried to be nice, Jude. Tried.
Where did you storm off to last night, Jude?
Make me a... let's see.
This has got to be an intimidation roll of
Yeah,
some sort.
this is going to be an intimidation roll, and it's going to be a charisma intimidation versus Jude's
Probably composure
would I?
resolve.
composure and resolve.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yep, but would I be able to... Is there any applicable bonus to this considering
+1 for
the
Maria.
circumstance.
Plus-
Well, yeah, but considering the circumstance of I literally just spoke a word and made him start bleeding out of orifices.
I will give you a +1 on top of the assist.
So a
Because-
+2.
Because Angel could be assisting Jude, but then Veronica's here canceling that one out. So
Mhm.
Maria's
Yeah.
only there.
So that'll be charisma. All right, so this would be a new turn, so I am actually going to blood surge for this as well.
Okay.
Oh, we lost to Derek.
Oh no.
And rousing success. Wonderful.
Wonderful.
And he gets to make a composure resolve. Is he going to use willpower?
I just went to feed. That's it.
On who?
Some old fuck.
And that's all I needed to hear. Maria?
Step aside. I don't want to get caught with this thing.
I'm gonna rapid reflex up to Jude and I'm gonna stab him with the envenomated blade.
Okay. Then I'm going to. Do you have fleetness? Or just rapid reflexes?
No, just rapid reflexes.
Okay, so you can't add rapid reflexes to the dice roll.
Yeah.
But it does let you have it at the ready. Have the knife at the ready. As soon as you would like in the same turn. And so. Go ahead and make me a dexterity and melee.
Yep.
Plus
and
any specialty.
no specialty for a knife, although I should buy one. I am, however, again, new turn, new action. I'm gonna rouse for another blood search. I've been so lucky on my rouse checks tonight.
God.
Even if I lose, I'm only at hunger 2. Owen, what do you know?
You are a lucky
The
son of
dice
a bitch.
want this to happen.
Your
The
dice
dice
want this to happen. And Jude is going to attempt to dodge. Actually, they're going to attempt something else. Yeah, they're going to do that. They're going to say a word to you. Sit.
They're gonna attempt to compel me.
So it is a dominate versus melee.
Okay. Question.
Mm-hmm.
Equal to or lower than mine, yes or no?
Let me double check. Lower.
Lower?
No,
Then-
no. Sorry. Higher.
Higher? Cool. I spend a willpower. No.
Then you get your attack.
His command brushes off like nothing, and Maria, you see the sit, and Jude's probably not going to expect a follow through, not even a flinch.
Which
Yep.
does mean that he's at a reduced pool for the dodge, which he can't really fix.
Might as well go for broke at this point.
I'm spending a willpower. He needs to hurt. Anything that's worth. I wouldn't be serving the conviction that the touchstone he attacked was giving me if I didn't go all out. So that's going to be a total of 4.
Okay.
4 minus 1 is 3 plus 2. I imagine this is a plus 2 weapon. Light piercing.
Yeah, +2 for the weapon.
5, which would halve it to 3.
Okay.
and then he needs to make a stamina occult or a stamina, or if he has fortitude, he can make a stamina fortitude.
Okay.
And I make a strength blood sorcery.
Wouldn't be going to your convictions if you didn't go all out.
Yep.
And there is a 10 there, so there's a
Yeah,
reason.
I'm gonna reroll 3 dice. It's only 3. However, he is taking 3 superficial.
Yep. 3 superficial damage, but the venom, it doesn't stick. This kid's hardy.
I
And
believe this has been a fortunate enough warning.
the both of them are starting to back away now.
I'll place
Tending to the wounds, or putting their hands over the wounds that they've sustained. They step back. Veronica's stepping forward toward them.
Maria puts her arm out for a no. Can't say much for Veronica, but warning has been left. Oh, realized the video wasn't on. The warning has been sent. Noel's justice wasn't a life for a life, so at this point, it's an injury for an injury.
Yes, we are done here. If either of you return, you will die.
You got what most don't get, Jude. Second chance.
Both of them say nothing and they start to walk away.
Takes a minute. And looks at Veronica. She doesn't even know what to say.
It's a
Feels like
shame. I was looking forward to ripping them to pieces.
We show mercy so that if they show their faces again, no mercy shall be given from us. And you see Noel kind of slips the blade back into his coat, letting out a single deep, deliberate breath.
I told
I
you
had a
that.
question. Go ahead.
I told you that you could come to me. But it looks like I was supposed to come to you.
Don't think I caught you meaning.
She is Shalamite.
I knew I could smell the stench of white taint.
I have no idea what anybody here is talking.
And
Do I have to worry about this situation escalating, or can I put these away? Okay, kind of gesture to the fact that her arm's currently a mangled mess, and it might be a masquerade breach if anybody would see her in condition.
a crude usage. The
Yeah,
form
well,
can be
I-
more elegant.
Well, I had to figure this out for myself. She going to rouse the blood. Hunger gain. Shit. And vicissitude. And she is going to change 2 of her dots. Actually, I got a willpower. No, I can't willpower it. So right now she is at 1, or she is removing the weapons. She is removing the weapons. She is changing herself, but her arms are still a little thin, a little spindly compared. So she still got a little bit of dex, but she hasn't completely herself in the same body that she had before.
It doesn't look so much masquerade breaching now as it does that she's just a bit more built but skipped arm day.
I'm sorry. I will leave.
What were you doing here?
I saw them. And I know that this is yours.
And you respect that.
Why wouldn't I?
Because you're a monster who kidnaps people and ends up here burying them alive. So, notice something here ain't exactly adding up. This is probably the longest conversation you and me have ever had.
That is true. That is the way. That is the ritual.
She looks to Noel like a ritual. This is his forte. Like,
And
part of a ritual.
he does nod. The way that the Sabbat embraces during times of war. But
It's a test. It is a test of your will. Those who are strong of will sprout like roses. Those who grow further, they're worthy.
it is a disturbing thought. But it's not an incorrect one when you're looking for strength. And if, from the very little I know of the voivodes,
Fiends, Noel. Called fucking fiends.
there are many names. But the name isn't important. What I do know, and it's something that I've seen in you, Maria, is that there's a sense of hospitality, and that it would make sense that another of the same would come to protect something of someone else's because they know exactly what it's like. I'd imagine there's something primal that riles within you when something of yours is meddled with. I've seen it in you, Maria. Is that the same for you, Veronica?
Your assumption is correct.
Then it would only be logical that one of the clan would come to, so long as they didn't covet what they were protecting, would come to protect something of another of the clans because they know exactly what it's like on the inside when something of theirs is meddled with.
There's a place not far from here. A place we can speak quietly. I think Veronica trying her hardest to comply with this. It's like she's trying to swallow this inherent fear of her own sire and the absolute rage she feels towards Veronica. Brian was right. She gets the opportunity he never will. And Noel's right beside her. You have assisted this domain. I think that counts for something. Hospitality, how does it usually work out amongst us? Carnage said that we're known for it. How does it work? Seems to be important.
You treat those that are your guests with kindness. But retaliate when that kindness is abused.
Then I'll end up giving you 3 nights. 3 nights is my personal guess. I don't know if I could ever forgive you for what you've done.
I don't expect you to.
But the domain needs constant vigil.
I am not liked in this city.
No.
For good reason.
Yeah, and as
Neither
far
are
as
we.
I'm concerned, you can end up burning. But right now, loath as I am to say anything, you make me more nervous than a long-tailed hairy cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I know if you end up swallowing a nail, it'd come out like a corkscrew, but right now, I had nothing else I can offer. I suppose what I'm trying to say is thank you.
You're welcome. You see that it's kind of hard for her to say that. Almost like she hasn't done so in quite a long time. Or it feels that way, anyway.
Probably hasn't had the words thank you in a long time. Noel would look to Maria. I think with that hospitality offered, that whilst forgiveness isn't a thing that should be sought, understanding of yourself and your condition from the source of it would be a viable course of action.
You knew that they were here. Means you were watching.
I keep an eye on things around me
How?
by becoming one with the dirt. The land around me. Everything within several miles. I don't have to be far. I don't have to be near.
And this has Noel thinking now. I have heard rumors of those of Ahure's persuasion are able to, with sufficient training, meld into the earth. But I've never heard of something like that. Seems a technique significantly more advanced. Maybe building up the foundations of such.
It is similar, yes. But the reach is more vast. I know everything the Earth knows.
Let's move this
on.
conversation to someplace more appropriate than a bunch of strangers sitting in a dark alley with a bloodshed around them.
Yes.
As you wish.
That's how
And
Wagon moves to Purple Private.
She looks to Veronica. Enter of your own free will.
Thank you for your hospitality.
Starts to move out the alleyway before anybody might notice something's up. Keeps an eye out, makes sure that Jude, or the other one, Angel, ain't around. Before she finally starts to head back.
And where are you taking Veronica?
To my own personal haven.
Are you taking Noel there with you as well?
He knows the location. This isn't anything new to him. But Veronica being in the middle of the proper haven, or middle of the coterie haven, might end up bringing up suspicion. She's trying to figure out questions she can even ask. Honestly, she's just terrified of the idea. The more so, apparently there's this void cult, whatever the hell that means. Veronica don't like it none, apparently. She stops. Angel said you belong to her. Why'd she say that?
A curious thing. I don't quite know.
I'd like to insight into that. That's such a perfect.
You get the feeling that she has suspicions, but she has nothing confirmed.
Right. I suppose it would be considered rude to lie to your host.
That is correct.
Right. A little bit of southern hospitality goes a long way.
Yes, I would suppose so. If that's what you want to call it.
What would you call it?
Etiquette.
Never been one for fancy ballrooms. Hell, if it ain't the boot scootin' boogie, I have no idea how they end up dancing.
Boot scootin' boogie. I'm not from Texas. I don't know what that is.
At least you know about Willie Nelson, right?
Oh, Noel is slowly realizing that. Oh dear.
Is this a name I should know? Do they live in this city?
I think this is legitimately the first conversation Maria has ever had with an elder. Or not an elder, but someone who is aged and maybe distant. So this is as off-putting to her as it might be to hilarious to lethality. She's just like, you don't know about no boot scootin' boogie?
Noel kind of raises a hand to his chin in thought. I would imagine that Veronica has seen and done much that has, I'm sure, longer than both of us put together, multiplied by 10. That she may be a little disconnected.
Right.
When the primary focus of your existence is the seeking out and removing of threats, you forget these things.
I don't want to forget.
I am a tactician. I seek out and destroy my foes. Primarily the Camarilla.
You think us letting Angel and Jude go, say?
I know they're a threat. They are the reason the Camarilla used a Sabbat pack. My pack. Perhaps that is what she meant. She was a member of Calhoun's court.
And Noel kind of... Maria, you would see Noel tense.
She tries not to acknowledge it, but that same tension might also be reflected very much, Noel, in Maria as she opens up the door. Starts to go about her home as she welcomes them both in a overly formal southern drawl sort of way. Doesn't take long before she offers Veronica bed in the guest bedroom and then stops to realize. No. Out of politeness, would you be kind enough to just give us a minute, wash your face off?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I gotta go, clean up this venom.
Once he leaves
And-
the room,
He's gone?
Maria looks at Veronica. How are you able to stay here? How are you able to move around? Are you able to rest here at all?
And she pulls out a small necklace. It's a little jar, and it seems to have dirt in it. I carry this
be.
with me everywhere. I only need replace it when it's broken. It's how I was able to move as often as I did. 'Cause you feel it too. Your connection to the place you lay.
Where's that for you? Where do you come from? What? Sorry, I have so many questions and I'm trying to keep it civil because everything in me wants to start screaming and shouting at you. And I am. She.
I'm from
Sure.
Oregon.
She.
It's the only
What's
thing
it?
I really remember.
Ago. She puts down the bag and opens it up. A small amount of rattling could be heard inside. She reaches in and grabs hold of the book. Copy of Bram Stoker's Dracula and the New International Version of the Holy Bible. Placed down. They're heavily tabbed and a lot of hot light markers. This was everything I could talk. Because somebody ended up telling me and it fits. So I'm glad they weren't pulling my leg on this one. I think. Supposedly we have the same problem that. And she gestures with the book of Dracula in her hand. We have more in common with this than people might realize. Because I know what sweet music they make. Literally. And I've seen monsters I can become. And I've rest in my own dirt. Hell, I moved trunks of it across the city in order to end up being able to stay here.
I'm sorry that I picked such a remote place. I did not have a choice. We needed to act quickly to weed out Calhoun's influence on this domain.
You only think in tact time. I don't know. Maybe I was expecting this to go differently. Like, kindred terms, I'm a goddamn newborn. I am literally a baby that was dropped off in a fucking dumpster. Now I get to end up seeing Mom, who ended up.
This is yours. I will leave if you ask me to leave.
I won't. Because I'm trying to be better than you. God help me, I am trying to be better than you.
I am not a good person. I am a monster. I know this. I accept this. I do not hide what I am.
Well, you came in that skin. I gotta still remind myself, because when I look at you, I say beautiful woman.
Would you prefer to see the monster?
Oh. You horrify me.
That is the intent of the form. The form is meant to instill fear, dread, nightmares.
Can we be more than that?
So much more. Your flesh is like clay.
No, not the meat, not the bone. I'm talking about the soul.
Soul.
You were alive once, right? You were someone in Oregon. You had a family. You must have had someone.
I was born like you. I blossomed like you.
And it never occurred to you once to end up saying, I will never do that to my child?
I have had many children, Maria.
Okay.
As has Carnage. As has Dredge. As have every other Sabbat. We are fighting a war. Against those who would refuse to believe that our progenitors still manipulate us.
All I got is this little piece of dirt. All I got are the people in this little... I don't know if I can do this.
Do what exactly?
How am I supposed to end up looking after Noel's the politician? Ray's tough as nails. Brian's got a good heart on his shoulders. Faustus is a miraculous way of getting around things. My job is to play defense. Make sure that when they come out, they have a home to come back.
Is that so wrong? Your pack needs a home.
She thinks back to what Ray said. Ray called it the same thing. Pack. I'm afraid I do not have a offering for sustenance. Right. Not frequent. I end up having guests of our time.
That is fine. I need nothing right now.
She goes to hallway door to invite Noel back. Concerned mostly about him finding out about Veronica's sleeping arrangements, so to speak. Appreciate it, yeah, Mr. Stonefoot.
It's fine, Maria.
You could probably see her eyes are filled with this rage. This. It's easier to hate than it is to wallow in misery. She's trying to work herself up to something, and she right now.
How close do you feel like you would be on the verge of a fury frenzy right now?
Not that much. I think it's more of a case of she's trying to stay angry so she doesn't either ball up in tears after what she just heard. If somebody did this to Veronica and Veronica said, "Yeah, I'll do that to somebody else," implying that Maria's gonna do the same fucking thing to somebody. Like, that's not gonna change. So she's gotta stay angry, because she can't feel sad. Not at that. Only hurt. Only insulted. Only... And she keeps thinking, right? What is it? Turn the other cheek? To forgive? Veronica wants... It says it's not expected or needed. But at the core of it, ain't that the thing that keeps Maria human? Believe that God forgives. And we were made in His image. So to be so is to be closer to God. But they're outside of His purview now. Conflicted. And she don't know what to do or what to ask. It seems like every time Veronica talks, she thinks only of the war, her great war. This isn't a sire, not in the way that Maria hoped it would be. Maybe she didn't know what the hell it was. Maybe she had a delusional bit. Maybe when she saw Noel and his sire that she was hoping in some small way it might be. And she's just choking that back. Trying not to fall apart.
I'd like to roll an insight check if I could.
Oh, that's plain on her face. You don't need to roll no insight on that.
And Noel gently puts a hand on her shoulder and gives her a look that's... It's empathy. Or at least as much empathy as can be mustered when, you know, you're a blood-sucking monster.
Which, to be fair, Noel, you have a significant amount of compared to some others.
Yeah. Because I haven't gone down the spiral yet. Well, you know, besides... think about that. They both reeked of transgression. Reeked of it. But Noel would come to sit down. I'm guessing in a place where they could talk properly.
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to think of what he would say.
Your name is Noel.
That is correct.
Hassamite.
An old name, but sure, let's go with that.
Yeah, he's a Banu Hukum.
Banu Hakam.
Yes, as I am rather affectionately referred to as a child of Hakim.
Then I will consider it amusing.
Is there something that fascinates you about that piece of information, Veronica?
You fascinate me.
Do I?
The
Why
Assamites
would
have
that be
joined
so?
the Camarilla. Signed an allegiance. Yet
The
here
Adens
you
Pact.
are.
Something of which I am most aware of. Where a member of our clan married. Weird word. A Toreador. I am aware. It may seem odd, but not everyone was willing to give up the traditionalist lifestyle.
You're a traditionalist then.
More moderate than the traditionalists, but not moderate enough and not silly enough to join a group who see what could be considered the results of our being as anathema. The logic doesn't make sense, does it?
I suppose you don't make sense.
No. No, I do not. If I did, I would understand myself a lot better. And in that understanding, I would find transcendence beyond flesh.
Enlightenment.
enlightenment. The Buddhists call it nirvana.
To understand oneself and one's condition.
In a sense of whole completeness. Not something I will ever reach, but I find it easier to admit to myself that my very existence is a vexing thing than to think on it and find myself wanting.
Strange that a man who prides himself on knowledge would be averse to finding that side of himself and entertain it.
Not at all. I'm not adverse to entertaining that side of myself. It's more I am simply realistic in the fact that there is always going to be knowledge outside of my reach, no matter how I come to seek it. No matter how hard I try, there will always be something just out of my reach. And so I figure, if that truly does not affect me, then why worry about it? If it comes to my lap, if efforts bear fruit, then wonderful. If not, why would one spend the effort doing so much when one could spend that effort doing other things that benefit more? Such as night-to-night survival, the seeking of knowledge that is useful, that is applicable. I am a knowledge seeker, but I am above that. I'm a pragmatist.
Pragmatist. To me, sounds like someone who has no ambition.
I have many ambitions. Some personal, some not so. Not dying to a hail of incendiary rounds sounds like fun. It's an ambition to work towards.
That is survival.
It's an ambition to live to 100 years. Survival is night to night, day to day, night to night, week to week, month to month. Ambition is decades, centuries, millennia, if one survives that long.
To be counted amongst the elders.
Might even to be counted amongst what one would call an ancilla.
Do you have questions for me?
There are many things that I could ask you.
And yet you refrain.
Yes. I could ask you about the Sabbat, about Clan Zamisi, more about what it is you are capable of, the signature you are known for.
All of which would be useful to you, wouldn't it?
It would. But the latter two are not so much useful to me as they are to Maria. Someone who lives in that condition. I can know the condition. You could write down a decade's worth of journals about how you felt every night. About what that little voice in the back of your head tells you to do, how it makes you feel. Whether you fight it, whether you affirm what it's telling you, whether you concur, whether you don't. And whilst I would know it, whilst I would understand it, it would be but the perspective of someone on the outside looking in. I would not truly know it. I would not truly know what those feelings are like. Her, on the other hand,
What am I to you?
it's a question aimed at me, Maria.
She's looking at Veronica best she can.
To me,
Yeah. What am I to you?
a sprout of mine that bloomed later than I expected, but still came forth out of the dirt. I've been watching. Testing.
Test?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Testing to see if you are worthy of the blood of the Samisi. Not every bloom is worthy. Some are meant to be caught in the wind, taken a direction, pointed in a direction, to attempt to quell our enemies.
So I'm just a soldier, front line.
The war is over. Only stragglers remain.
What do I do now? What was the whole point? What was I supposed to be doing after the war was over? And I, by some miracle, survived this nightmare.
You are free. Free to do what it is that you want to be. Your truest self. And if you had chosen to stay by my side, if I had been able to harvest that which grew, you would have been cultivated. But they found you first, and I had to hide away.
How do we defend this domain? That's what we are, right? We're landlords. We're cheap. Holds up the book. What? Live in castles? Run around? What? Feeding off of people and animals and what? Rule over it? Take it all? That's what we do.
If that is what you wish.
Mutilate people, torture them.
It is not necessary.
Because all I hear is fiend. I'm a thing of the devil himself. That's all I hear. And up until my pack, I ain't hear none wiser save for a few thin bloods.
Maria. Every clan, every representation that we as kindred can pop up as have all of us have horrid names. For example, my clan, the Banu Hakim, or formerly known as the Assamites. To those who are older, we are known as leeches amongst leeches.
Diablerists.
That's about. I had no issue with that.
Some do. Some don't.
But let's take another one. Clan Ventru. Known well as
Tyrants.
Clan Bruja. Cancers within a system looking to destroy it from the inside. Gangrel. Animals. Literally. Clan Nosferatu, the heavily disfigured. Clan Malkavian, the literally mad, the tormented. Clan Toreador, the divas, the obsessed. The Ministry.
Satites.
Setites. Tempters. Liars. Pathologically so sometimes. The La Sombra Magisters. Users of dark things. Unfathomably horrible things.
Unwavering.
Ruthless. Every clan has an epithet of nastiness behind it, of malevolence and malice. And it's created out of fear. Sometimes you live up to the stereotype. These things set by our predecessors, these things that our predecessors have done.
All right.
Never. It's going to influence you. The vitae that runs through your veins. It's going to make you think things, feel things.
The antediluvians are the ones who do that.
What the hell is an antediluvian?
And
most
Noel just
ancient of
slow
us.
turns.
The most ancient of us. They manipulate you. That voice in your mind, the beast, whatever you want to call it, that's your progenitor. To be truly free, we must be rid of them.
There is a lot to be said of such things, and I'm not going to comment one way or the other. But whatever it is, the blood that runs through your veins will influence you. And you felt it. You've seen it. The loss of control in rage, in terror at fire, in hunger. The subtle things that you feel that you have to do, things that sometimes your mind, no matter how hard you try, will not let go. And it's these things that show themselves more pronounced as a kindred gets older that forms these stereotypes. But in the end, it comes down to your will to draw that line in the sand and go, I may be this may be what I am. But it's not who you are. Not unless you choose to embrace that. So no, Maria, you don't need to be someone who mutilates others or anything of the sort. Not if you don't wish to be. And I can't say that's as easy said than done, because of the fact that Vitae's powerful. The sway that it holds is strong, exceptionally strong, and sometimes you lack the will to deny it. And sometimes you feel in such a way that you don't want to deny it. I've seen it with Brian and the way that he feels about Benji.
Benji.
Yeah. Alright. I guess we better get comfortable then. There's gonna be a long couple of nights. you end up saying you think in the enemy. Think about the enemy and how to remove them. And supposedly this cult you're talking about.
Yes, Shalamites.
Shalamites might be coming back. How do we even start to defend? How do I make this entire neighborhood into a fortress that no one would end up trying to end up pulling that kind of stunt again? How do I make sure that I keep my people safe? How do I make sure that no one would challenge it?
Shalamites are primarily La Sombra. They worship the void they stare into. It's blasphemy.
What makes it blasphemy?
Why worship nothingness? Why wish to attain nothingness?
So what is this, like a messed up version of Buddhism?
Think more like a death cult. They are nihilists. Pure and simple.
They have no love for anything. Even that which they hold dear, they only cling to because it's useful.
Like you do with me.
I would not say that. There is a tie between you and I. Sire and child. I am still learning what it is you've grown into. I have not made a decision.
Between what?
On whether it is I who will kill you, or it is you who will kill me.
So you're looking to kill me? Why?
I do not want to.
But those are the only two options?
You said it yourself. You can't forgive me.
Said not yet. And I said not yet because I said I would be better. Forgiveness, after all, is divine.
Then be better. Make your third option. You are a free kindred. As free as one can be.
How do I make it happen? How do I keep this place safe?
You must know. Knowledge is how everything begins. And if you have
Lord,
knowledge,
you're sounding like no, sire.
perhaps because it is true. To sound
Sorry,
like an
Ellie.
Assamite. I loathe to think of it.
You're
I
under
would
my domain right now. That beef is squashed from this point forward.
As you wish.
I would say in this context, I would take it as a compliment. It is said that those of the Assamites are some of the wisest amongst all clans. I would call it a praise of wisdom and move on.
Interesting. One does not need to build an army. Simply know your enemy.
Fantastic. We've been trying to find that one of our enemies for a while now and came up with Buckus.
We don't
This-
know of him.
Harrison.
Right. You've been listening in.
As I said, the earth knows.
Man, have to teach me that trick.
It is simple enough for our clan to learn.
The earth knows, but does the earth provide? Is the question.
It has the answers if you're willing to listen.
Because
And what I've heard from the earth is that this Harrison is not nearby.
Guess I could be grateful for small things.
he's moved out of... That would mean at the very least, given that you gave the radius of several miles, that he's moved out of Jameson's domain, which means, if I was right about the fact that he may be in cahoots with Lopez, then he's going to be in Velda's domain somewhere. That narrows the search area.
He is an older man. I knew of him only the once. Only once did he step in my range.
Only once. I see.
And that was before the
Oh.
confrontation with Moore.
Most likely scared him off after Moore's disappearance.
That was my guess as well.
Then we know that he will be regrouping to come back. We know that our enemy fights with fanatical devotion.
And that's why we need to be ready.
As for the other enemy in the Charlemites, as their memberage comprises mostly of kindred, and specifically those of Clan La Sombra, there is one thing that I have heard deals with the specific darkness used by the Magisters. And that is light. Powerful light.
Enough lights will scare away even the darkest shadows.
Alright.
So we've got to stop at the hardware store. We need some floodlights. Of course, this doesn't completely sort out this issue.
No, but it makes it
There is-
very difficult for them to create tendrils of the shadows to choke you with.
Yes, but they do. The other abilities that they possess: unnatural strength and mental command.
But cripple one, and you have an advantage.
Hmm. And as thus we know our enemy, we could learn more. I would know of ways to attack their beliefs. But sufficient fanaticism makes that useless. We know at
Shalamites
least
shy
partially
away
what
from
we
the light even more than their La Sombra kin.
Then we know what to do, at least as far as that's concerned. And as far as the other part goes, we've sent someone capable to investigate.
Alright.
And
Make yourselves comfortable. Veronica,
Yes, Maria.
we're gonna have to have a long talk for a lot of things. But if you need something, let me know. Says the grid.
I will return the favor in kind.
If you'll excuse me, I'll be back.
gotta run to the bathroom. But I think that'd be perfect to end there. What do you reckon?
I think it would. So that next time we can see how it is that Ray fared, talking to Velda von Draventgal zu Altenburg in the northeastern domain. But for now, that concludes the roleplay session of this story for today. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you both for playing. And I also appreciate Mux, who was here and had technical difficulties.
Yes. Yes, we do appreciate.
Love it. Love it. Love to see it. But yes.
Yes. I
We
am
are-
orange.
You are very orange.
Yes, no, it's because the sun has gone down now and I need to turn on the light, but I also don't want to get up.
Is it comfy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Comfy couch is comfy.
No, all of my rouse checks today.
Bro.
Except for my waking one. All of my rouse checks were success, 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 success.
You got lucky as damn balls. Hot damn.
I am the blood god.
Watch, every rouse check from here on out is going to be a literal
Fail.
one fail.
Yep.
Every one of them. Going forward. Fail after fail after fail after fail. Too bad you can't crit fail. That would suck.
Well, I mean, technically, the only way to crit fail is if you're a character with Oblivion, and it's for an Oblivion power. That's a crit fail.
That's a crit fail.
A one on that is not only does it fail, but it's a stain.
Yeah. Yep. Staring into the void. That's what it do.
Yeah. No, and that's
Shallow
why I
worship
wear.
that shit.
Yeah. And Noel's like, void tainted filth.
Void.
Yeah.
But also,
I love the Info Occult 3 part of this because it means it's like, as far as matters of kindred, I know all sorts of stuff.
you do. You do.
It's like when.
And I
It's
just
like
had to
the-
say
like the idea-
Shalamites, and you were like,
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, no.
Coffee.
What?
There we go. You froze there for a sec.
Yes, yes.
So what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just saying, all I had to say was Shalamites, and you were like,
Yeah.
mm.
And that's why when Veronica's like, oh, the antediluvians and all slow turns. I'm sorry, what?
She's a bot. That's what she believes.
Yeah. It's like, well, you know, the La Sombra. It's like the La Sombra joined the Sabbat. The La Sombra joined the Sabbat because, the Camarilla wouldn't acknowledge that, the clan's crowning achievement of murdering their own, well, killing their own antediluvian. It probably still exists at the bottom of the Mariana Trench somewhere. It's the darkest darkness. Literally tried to cover the entire world in darkness at one point.
Oh.
In the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages were gonna become real Dark Ages.
There's Cat.
Kitty.
Kitty.
But, no,
She's pooping. Pooping the nose.
Yes.
But yes. We're going to move on now to the stain portion of the episode.
I do have a stain resolution.
You do. And do you have a conviction to erase that stain?
Professional's word is their honor. Basically, as far as that goes, as soon as Noel has checked up on Charles a whole bunch, he went to check to make sure that the extent of the injury was the extent of the injury,
Mm-hmm.
and he kind of swore it to himself that as soon as he found out whoever did it, that they were gonna suffer.
Swearing to yourself and swearing to another person are two different things.
Yeah, you are right, but at the same time,
You did not make an oath.
you can't.
You
That
did
is
not
true, I did
actually
not.
make an oath about that.
That is true. I had implied it, but I didn't actually outright say it. So you got me there. But
right.
If a professional can't keep a word to themselves, then how are they meant to keep it to others?
Then I need you to roll me remorse.
I do need a roll remorse.
That baby. She's just grooming the beard.
However, I do make it.
You do make it. You're still at Humanity 7, yes?
Mhm.
Yep.
My damn. My damn.
And I checked, I found him. I found who did it, and I made them suffer. I made them suffer for the transgression that they had performed against
Claws are
me.
right in my collar.
Oh, kitty.
Sorry.
Digging into my flesh. Clawing in my skin. These wounds, they will not heal. Yeah.
Crawling in my crawl.
Oh my god. These crawls, they will not crawl.
Sorry, I'm just being a stupid idiot. But yes, the audience poll for experience has been started. We are looking to go into the experience portion of the session. But also, who has regained willpower?
What?
Wah.
Yep, mine was talk to Maria.
Oh.
That did.
And you did. Very simple enough.
Secure the neighborhood. I did.
Yeah.
I've
Even if it's
Except for my
temporarily, you
ambition.
have Veronica as an ally for the moment. She has been granted hospitality, and she will do her best to pay that in kind.
I'd also like to make a case of me having worked towards my ambition.
What is your ambition?
My ambition is become indispensable to the city. I would like to think with the effort I showed in basically looking together when Maria and Noel walked into that confrontation between Veronica and Jude and Angel, that Noel kind of letting his occult flair for a bit and making Jude with a word bleed profusely. That
You've certainly proven that you're indispensable to the coterie, which is a start.
yeah, aiming a bit to the point of like Noel's like knowledge and usage of blood sorcery, kind of showing off that he is a bit he's a bit of a prodigy. He's a bit of a blood sorcery prodigy,
But
and
also,
that strength is
before one can be indispensable to the city, they must be indispensable to others.
indispensable to the to the coterie.
Must start somewhere. Can't
So
go
would
to
you
the
call that
top.
work towards?
I would say, yeah. You earn a bonus willpower for working towards ambition.
Wonderful. You know, like I'm 2 willpower down overall, which is fine.
You'll
But
recover
I'm
that
hunger
at the
1.
long-
I'm healed fully.
Yeah, but you'll recover that at the next time you rest.
So healed to full, hunger 1, and with as much blood as I spent,
Without spending
Like-
any?
I rouse checked like 3 for healing,
Uh-huh.
2
Yeah.
blood surges,
Couple of blood surges, couple of rouse powers.
Scorpion's touch and extinguish vitae.
Yep, couple of rouse powers.
That's 7 rouse checks
fucking lucky.
and no fails.
Every one of them is going to be
1
a
in
fail
8.
next time.
1 in 8.
Just
yeah.
watch. You're going to
Well-
get Derek dice on them.
Well,
Uh-oh.
I mean, I've always maintained,
Please no.
right? I've always maintained I either roll really poorly or a sparring match versus Brian happens.
Yeah.
The triple crit. The 13 success triple crit.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really funny because if he had rolled higher than me, that would have been a bestial failure. Because that is actually how that works. Is it's only a critical win or a messy crit if it would cause it to win, if it would actually win. If someone beats the dice pool, then while the successes count, it doesn't count as a critical win. It's the same thing with a bestial failure. That a bestial failure is not only a bestial failure if you fail.
If there is a failure. If there is a failure state. Yep.
Yeah.
But yes, we're going to do experience now. Each of you gets 1, and I'm going to add experience to her sheet because sadly Mox had to dip out because technical difficulties. So we gonna
Yeah.
give Ray the participation experience. She is still a player that you can vote for. She just doesn't have
Yeah.
a vote on her behalf. As far as if you liked scenes or for the audience favorite, she is still someone you can vote for. But who moved the plot?
I'd like to put my hand up for that because I gave the lead of Agent Lopez to Ray.
Mm. You did.
But at the same time, I'm torn between that and the giving it to Maria for the progression between her and her sire and that more personal plot.
Yep. The personal plot
I'm
was
not going to argue
pushed
it.
pretty heavy too.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Maria.
Hey!
All right. Maria it is for plot mover for today's session.
Okay.
Who had the best scene?
I gotta give it to Noel. For facing off, he was wanting to end up dealing with Jude and the attack on his touchstone, and he made it count. He made a point.
I can see it.
I will take it. I will take it then, happily.
Happily. Who had the best line?
Boot, scoot, and boogie.
Yeah, boots good boogie.
Yes.
Or you never heard of Willie Nelson?
Should I know who that is?
Does he reside in this city?
Yes.
Is he an elder of note? Well, I will admit
Should I know who that is?
He might be an antediluvian at this point.
Yeah.
Willie
there are some
Nelson.
Willie Nelson, the antediluvian.
Yeah, he's the antediluvian of the Banu Hockham. They're an Assamite bloodline that deals specifically in revolvers.
Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, everyone get
all
your
praise
votes
to
in.
the dual gods, Smith and Wesson.
Watson.
Yes.
Yep.
Smith and Weston. Yep. Get your votes in, everybody. You can use bits and channel points to influence the vote in your favor.
Yes, do the votes.
Do the votes. We like to see it. So, I appreciate you all. How did you enjoy the session? Did you enjoy Veronica? She's very monotone.
Yes.
She is, but she's also very detached. So that's not to
It's
be
that-
unexpected.
It's that meeting out of like logic to a fault. It's that logic and intuition to a fault with the cold. She's like a robot.
She kind of is.
Level-headed and calm, but cold, clinical, and detached.
She kind of is, in a way, in that perhaps that's her tragedy.
Perhaps that's her tragedy, yeah.
Maybe that's what she had to do.
Or maybe that's what was forced upon her. Because, she wasn't the pack priest.
No,
Carnage was.
Carnage was. She was the one, basically, made sure everything was running as smoothly as possible. The votes are still.
This is gonna get weird.
What's gonna get weird?
Oh, boy, this is gonna end up pulling out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you expect things to go?
I don't know, but I'm worried. I'm worried about the one-on-one time with the sire.
Yeah.
Plus side, I got an expenditure to end up starting.
Ooh, even before audience vote? Oh.
I'm I may have an expenditure depending on how the audience vote turns out.
Well, it's still very even. Get your votes in, everybody. We can't have it even all of the time. Black Wolf.
Somebody's spending points.
Points and bits. They're both viable.
You tell me where that barbecue cook is right now. I want my points.
I'm tired. I'm out of points now. Appreciate it.
I tried at a
Thanks,
point.
mother.
Is very appreciated.
Yes. It's a tie between you two.
Volvo, I see you.
I see you, Volvo. What are you doing even in this up, you son of a bitch? Lurking in the shadows, I see you. You the somber asshole. But yes.
So how shall we resolve this?
High or low seems like a good one to me.
High Clan High is my thought.
High Clan High.
You're both.
I mean, to be fair, in some places, Hunt, the Banu Hakim, and Zamisi are considered high clans. So,
To be fair.
High Clan High.
Wah,
No.
wah, wah.
Cool. That's
Cool.
fine. I have an expenditure.
Yes, my friend.
I am going to go ahead and I am going to buy Brawl 2.
Okay. Okay. What's your expenditure?
I have 2 expenditures actually.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah. First one I'm going to do retainer,
Okay. Still working on
which
Nicole.
is Nicole.
Yep.
And I'm going to make her a 2-dot retainer,
Okay.
giving her more than enough dots to be able to do what we
Play
need
with?
to do.
Yep. Okay.
I'm
I will
also
rebuild her
going to
sheet accordingly.
I am going to also spend 3 experience, so now it's a total of 9. Got an additional dot into allies. Shlachta,
Okay.
as I've been
You're still
pursuing
working on
that.
that. Yep.
And that includes dogs, cats, and all other kinds of things. So there's going to be a whole bunch of weird shit coming out the woodwork.
The dogs and cats can't be taken as allies. I will allow Lane or Portalon, but I will not allow for allies.
Okay. I was
They-
just saying in that it's expanding, so I was
They-
going to end up taking second dot, but if
They
you want to hold off on that.
they can't be called upon for your aid at any time.
Not until you get the
Since-
animalism powers that allow you to do that.
If that's the case, I'm going to take my first dot actually in Animal Kin.
Animal Kin? Alright, Animal Kin it is.
Yeah.
You're building a
Yeah.
relationship with animals.
I just have this thought that Maria's gonna eventually fuck with squirrels. There's gonna be just a flying spike squirrel, like bone growths and.
You haven't
No,
experimented
it just-
vicissitude on animals very much.
Yeah, it opens up its mouth. It pushing itself inside out, so it goes from the flying squirrel inside out, and realize that the interior is entirely a long bit of bone lawn dart.
Yeah, sentient lawn darts.
God damn. Damn. It's the
We
weird.
just want to talk to you, little boy. You fucked with squirrels, buddy.
It's the weird shit that goes on in the Gardendale neighborhood, y'all. The weird shit.
Don't fuck with Clan Zamisi.
Nope, not at all. But yes, thank you both so very much for all of the things. We love you. So now we're gonna do some shout outs. So
Yes.
Derek, why don't you tell us where we can find you and what you're doing coming up?
Hello, everybody. My name's Macabre Derek. I am an incredibly sleepy boy right now. But that being said, I do a lot of illustration work. You're going to find my work on at Drawing on the Macabre. If you end up signed in and following me, you'll find me at twitch.tv/MacabreDerek. You will also end up finding me hosting the game, the episode of the Chronicle, Detroit by Night Overhaul. That will be happening Sunday at 7:30 Central Standard Time this Sunday coming up. And just to top it off, I also run a Vampire the Masquerade workshop on Mondays at around 7 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. So for any of you who are enjoying Vampire the Masquerade, you have particular questions, if you want to end up learning about the game, a little bit about the lore, some of the psychology that goes on behind the clans, do end up giving me a call. I will gladly end up responding to the question. Fantastic night, and I'll end up sending it to Gavin.
Yes, that is I, me, better known as Lethality Complex here on the internet, and when I'm not making a disgusting little magister taste the blade of judgment, you can find me over at the Gathering of Nerds. Just as a point of order, though, we love you, Specs, very much.
We do. We do. You need to tell them that more.
Yes. But as far as what I do is concerned, we play games. We do a Minecraft stream. We also do tabletop games, although that's been kind of on hiatus since I'm the main runner of that, and things have been happening such that I need to get
the butt of Lethality Complex yesterday on Strive.
Yes, on Guilty Gear Strive, a game that we've kind of picked up as a community, and I got my I had some good matches, but I also got my arse very thoroughly handed to me in a variety of different matters, including but not limited to a chip Naruto running up my arse's Potemkin.
There is a clip on there is a clip on Derek's
Potemkin
Discord for that, so.
Yes, and you can check that out there.
Yes.
But no, soon enough you'll see more tabletop content out of the nerds and other such things.
Yes.
But
wonderful variety streamers.
Yeah, variety. That's the word I was looking for and couldn't think of.
Variety streamers. Yes, that's what the nerds do. They do video games, board games, tabletop, all of the above. So,
yes,
but we appreciate
and
them.
you should also support Coffee by following him on all his socials and looking at his website. Yeah, the fancy mofo has a website. You can see it at the bottom of the screen.
Yes,
go there, do the thing.
Everything is there. Because
chill harder.
Do the thing. Join the Discord. Follow on the YouTubes.
Follow on the everywhere, because
follow here. Subscribe if you like what you see.
All of the above. They're shilling for me. I don't need to do my own job.
Yeah. Shell.
Yes. We appreciate
I play
you
Shadowrun. I'm a corporate shell.
Yes. We appreciate all of you coming by to watch us and these fabulous immortals and their struggles to remain human. And we will see you all next week with more San Antonio by Night. If you want the VOD list, just !SABN and you will get exactly what you need for all of that. Otherwise, thank you all so much for watching, and have a great night from all of us here in the Alamo City.